Hi, Cyril. Hey, Breadstick. How to skip Arcarum? Skip Arcarum. This guy. Hi, Robert. How are you, Bellico? How are you guys today? Skip Arcarum. What a joker. Hating Arcarum. Yeah, a lot of people don't really don't like Arcarum. Arcarum is a portion of the game that you could theoretically skip it completely, right? But there are some elements that are extremely Evoker Eternal dependent. And the characters are just generally quite strong. So, if you want to skip it, you can. And you're just going to have to focus on getting gacha units in those elements to try to replace them. Like, for instance, if you wanted to try to play Wind, you just can't really do it. Like, you can't really do high level Wind without the evokers. They're just too impactful. But I know there are some elements that are not so dependent on it. Like Dark and Light, I think, are not too dependent on their evokers. Have to ask someone with actual game knowledge. Hi Akira. How are you? It continues to be unpleasant here today. You'll probably have to do it for that at least. You get to unlock a free evoker through that, so it's probably worth messing around with it. Plus, you don't really have a choice. Like, it's either that or you just give up on Sierras, which isn't really it. Hello, gang. How are you today? I'm heated. I'm heated. But otherwise, all right. What's which reflects damage? That's not great. You need dispels for that. Which boss reflects damage? One of the Arcarum bosses. Wondering what Smargate was smoking when making Rihanna and Luciel. I don't know who they are. E7? I don't know what people are smoking when they play Epic 7, to be honest. Here's what they were thinking, Cyril. How do we line our wallets this month? That is what they were thinking. Welcome to Gacha. Smogger scumbags. But most Gacha companies are, it's okay. Don't play gachas for balance. Right, what am I doing here? How many potions have we got left? How many we used up on this? I'm reckoning about 500, 400, 500. Not that bad. It's only about, what, 300? Alright, off we go then. Off we trot. Hello? Granblue Fantasy! I've already broken the client. Okay. Holy fuck, Witcher 3 getting a DLC. Cool. Witcher 1 is it getting? An actual big dick DLC that will suck. CDPR. I have literally no idea what that is. For in 2027. I will take your word for it. Anyway, I'll take your word for it. Oh, CD. This must be CD Projekt, right? CDPR, I guess. Today's mission is to stop myself from roasting alive, from cooking myself in my own sweat. You need to dispel it when it's got its reflect up. Probably, Bellico. But I don't know the specific boss. Buff is unremovable, I see. Which boss is it? Tankerous level. Sorry, I think you said that before. I'd win. Right, it reflects a flat 1,000 damage a hit. This one's really hard. Yeah, this one's really hard depending on what you have and how strong you are. You might have to come back to it later when you're stronger. You ideally want to kill this thing with charge attacks. Because they deal less hits, which of course means you take less damage. Big old charge attacks. A friend, like getting a friend summon would probably help a lot. Getting someone's Lucifer would help a lot. Hi, Asa. Oh yeah, it's Hakaram, isn't it? Fuck. Yeah, you can't take friend summon in there. You may just have to come back to it later. Bellico. It's a really tough one. The darn cantankerous leopard. It's so cantankerous. Maybe there's when we have some GBF experts here later on, they'll be able to advise you on your leopard issues. I can't think of much to help get around that. Oh, you can wait. No, you could. It's the part of Arcarum where you can use the items from Arcarum, right? You could buy potions and shit from the shop. I don't know. Do you have to fight it? If it's a Sierra Cart mission, then probably you have to fight it. You could buy from the Arcarum shop. You can buy like consumables. I think. Um, I don't know. I don't know exactly how the Sierra's portion of it works. Are you in? Fuck, I don't even know what to call it. The first part of Arcarum, where you can. Yeah, you're not in Sandbox, are you? You're in regular Arcarum. Can you not just skip through to the card in regular Arcarum? Maybe you have to play through it for Sierras. Yeah, I never once did the regular exploration in Arcarum. And even like DY fully suggests using fast exploration to take you straight to the card. Fuck indeed. Tell me about it, brother. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. No, it's okay. I was trying to figure out what you were doing, but then I realized you couldn't possibly be in Sandbox because you wouldn't have completed the first part yet. Yeah, I'd really suggest doing skip. Unless Sierra Kart is forcing you to play through it, which is possible, but probably not. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with those Sierra Kart missions. So I can't say for sure. Got your first 14... tier 4 class. Did you get Relic Buster? Balico? Did you buy its weapon from the shop as well? You get a token when you finish that series, apparently. No, you probably didn't then. So you get a token when you finish that series. It's fine. Sierra Kart will prompt you, I think, later if she hasn't already. Yeah, you should buy it. It will unlock the quest to allow you to unlock all of the other 04 classes. Hi Daryl, how are you? An asteroid exploded over Russia. Did you see it, Belico? Farming weapon mats. Oh yeah, you're deep in relink, right, Daryl? Done with this boss in 2 days. Heavens. Skip the boss. Nice. Nice. Not really sure how much of this I want to farm. Over 6,000 merits you need in the hardcap riders is 909. What are you farming towards there, Amul? Just trying to get like ultimate weapons or something? Each character has 1 to 2 weapons that you can upgrade, like Revenant weapons in OG Granblue, sure. Find a max of those weapons. I mean, is there some kind of like content to aim towards that's really hard or something? Or is it just for completion? Just a completion. Got you, got you. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bo. Ideally, I want all in-game achievements too. But I don't know if I'm skilled enough to get some of these speed clears without going to red health or using pots. Ah, I see. So like conditional achievements. I'm sure if you... I mean, you're spending that much time getting the weapons and whatnot. All it takes is practice, right? To be able to do those things without getting red health. I'm sure you'll be fine, Daryl. If you want to get all the achievements, I'm sure you can do it. Chili, come on. Hello, it's so nice to see you out and about, my little baby. Come on. Hello, sweetheart. Hello, gorgeous. Sorry. Come on. Go. You've been smashing your face into things? No? Not today. Not yet. Processing? Don't process me. Chili's done enough microing. You goofy little cat. Chili needs to rest herself. She's microed enough for the month. So relieved that Chili's okay. How many of these fire characters are free? Just Tien. Tien. Percival we got out of lucky draws when we were forced to pull by Sierra Cart. And Ragazzo we subtext for the selector basically. The Frau though is the evoker who comes from Makaram. She's in our backline. You won't see her unless I'm doing more difficult stuff. Unlike me. You are never lucky, Bellico. I have heard that. That is the rumor on the grapevine. I heard it through the grapevine. I don't know, whatever Sierra Cart told you to do. What's Sierra Cart trying to get you to do? You're way ahead of me in Sierra Cart. Remember, Bellico. Pair the Sun and the Devil. Maybe look at the GBF wiki. To make a what? A flip explode. Are you trying to write an emote right now? It's not going too well, is it? But yeah, Asahi seems to have managed it first try. Bruh, flip explode. So what happened to good old-fashioned smiley faces? That Kick doesn't have a smiley face even. Mid. I can't believe Kick doesn't have a smiley face. It's time to remove 7TV. Go back to old school emotes. Call me faster, fan. Call me faster. No light or dark or rock Arcarum. They are mixed into the other Arcarums, but I do not know off by heart which are which. Arcarum generally isn't that straightforward. It isn't just one element per stage. Well, yes, but okay. Agreed. Well, yes. Well, yes. What do you think you're doing, Chili? What do you think you're doing? I think just because you've been a little sick kitty, you got to run of the place, so you can do whatever you want. It's true, you can. How much of the damage comes from the character in this build? Very, very little. It's all about the grid. Cool. The grid is everything. But these, like, some of these characters are pretty good as well. Like Ragazzo particularly just has a very, very high damage output. The red spiky head guy down here, he's like a self-sacrifice unit, so he goes absolutely crazy. You see the first thing he does here is he, whenever it gets to, he drops himself to like 1 HP. What if you swap them for our characters? I don't know. I don't have enough experience with the game. I assume that they'll still do really like decent damage. Yeah, Ragazzo would pair very well with Icarus, indeed. I imagine like rare characters would do pretty decent damage as well. They just won't have quite as much impact. Hi, Susano. Grand Percival, in particular, pushes a lot of damage because he has an attack which makes everyone attack. He has a like lead the way ability where he gets your whole team to have a round of attacks without using up a turn. How are you today, Susano? Susano. Susano. In Oopsie, trying to do a Lucilius fight in Relink yesterday. Kept failing so hard till I got a dub. You made an Oopsie. How did you make an Oopsie? If you won, surely that's not an Oopsie. Anything but. It's like a whoop-see. Hey mate, a win's a win. A win's always a win. You brought me a furry ball! In your horribly beaten up mouth! She brought me a furry ball. Look at that. She hunted this herself. You're such a clever cat. Such a clever cat. How do you do it? Huh? How do you do it? You're so clever. Go. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, a ball of furries, indeed. Got it in one. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Chili seems pretty much back to normal. It's a little more toothless than she was before. So nice to see. Such a relief. They did indeed, Dark Chaos. I've already been informed. Now, personally, I struggle to get excited about a DLC for an ancient game that's coming next year, but to each their own. Don't know. Witcher 3 release date. When did it even come out? Yeah, 2015. Yeah, it's pretty ancient. It's almost as old as Granblue Fantasy. Fuck, it's almost as old as you, Bellico. Nothing ever happens, like, imminently in gaming anymore. They always announce shit, like, years before it comes out. It's so shit, man. Gotta be building hype for 17 months before you release your product. Since I unlocked Lab, I'm trying to get Ouroboros. What material did you feed the extractor? I fed the extractor the alchemy ore that I farmed over many days in campaign exclusive quest. I don't have enough knowledge of the game or your account to recommend what you should sacrifice in there. The only thing I can tell you is that the alchemical ore has no other use. The stuff that you farm from the alchemy event is designed solely to be broken down by that. Is that campaign gone? I think it's still up, maybe, for like a little while. Maybe? I can't remember when it times out. Hold on. Oh no, it's gone now. Yeah, it's gone. Probably timed out earlier today or yesterday. You can get the alchemical stuff through anything that you do. They're little blue ores that you get after every quest. I'll show you in a second. Wait, unless the alchemy event has timed out. That might have also timed out. Hold on. We'll find out in a second. Oh yeah, the alchemy quest is gone. Unfortunately, you're a little late to the party for Ouroboros farming. There will be more alchemy events, but they'll be down the line. Yeah, that's right. Except it isn't really the Full Metal Alchemist event, it's just the Alchemy event that they ran alongside it. They run it 3 times a year. Rip indeed. Oh yeah, it timed out like literally 10 minutes ago, I think. Yeah, it looks like that's all gone. Yeah, the banner and stuff have gone now as well. Our account didn't get brick. It didn't force us to pull. Thank goodness. I quite like the Full Metal Alchemist event. I thought it was quite fun. If you want other stuff to feed to it, I think like Ultimate Bahamut is pretty good. And Super Ultimate Bahamut materials. I think Akasha might be quite good as well. I'm a great stepladder. Stepladder, I'm stuck. Help me out, stepladder. Wonder how wild that magic is. Fucking hell. Some brain rot. How are you, Pie? How are you? I want to be dropped into freezing water somewhere. Just let me go. We're not designed to live this way. How can there be a god when we suffer like this? Hello, Chili. Chili, chili, chili. Yep. Oh, no, it's fine. The game made it look like we had like flitted to another tab. We just had an empty grid. Hello. No. No. has got a record high of today? Just highest May weather heat figures. That does track. Every day has been a new record height. What a life we lead. Treadmill, I guess. I guess. rather than cooking myself in my chair. Seems better. It's amazing how much quality of life treadmill has brought me. Best investment. If you don't have a Leah or Yukata, who would benefit really well from orange water? I have absolutely no idea. I really don't know characters very well as this designer, I'm sorry. Some auto attacker. Needs to be a female character. But I don't pull, I don't have a lot of characters. I don't know a lot of their kits. Sorry. What's the max level for Relic Buster? 20. And then once you unlock the what's it called? Ultimate Mastery, you can get 30 levels beyond that. I don't know if you've done the quest to unlock it yet. It's probably a bit hard for you. Hi, German. So the term is not extended mastery, it is also not ultimate mastery, it's master level. As it turns out. Yeah, yeah, there is so much terminology. I was like, man, what actually is it? Ultimate Mastery is the thing that the extended level that's beyond level 30. Extended Mastery is they're the extra points that you get when you like over level to and you get to place them in different things. The 30 levels after the 20 apparently is master level. Bro, I started my astral weapon grind. I had like 66 variant proofs. Oh, yeah. You need so many variant proofs for it. So many variant proofs. You're making good progress though. Holland. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, the numbers climb up pretty nicely. It's kind of exciting to see bigger numbers. Sometimes you get a big number, yeah, true. How they club jut. What could that mean? What could that be a typo from? Climb up. Okay, I never would have got that. It's not a perfect representation or anything like that. Just keep that in mind. It's a general guide, but it doesn't always, like, bigger number doesn't always mean more damage. So many Arcara mats? No, surely not. Surely we're all done with Arcara by now. Yeah, there's no rush to do the nightmare bosses. You can actually do those after the event ends. Extended matches because they're very, very good. Bellicoat. There's no need to worry about them immediately, but you definitely will want to spend on those at some point. I'm not touching Arcarum until the next Tales. Oh. I think the No, never mind. I don't know when the gauge is going to end. Oh, that ends today. I think the Arcarum gauge things have ended. The double Sephira gauge thing. This is the beat out the grammar. Yeah, it might be quite hard for you though, Bellicoat. I'm not sure. Not sure where you are in terms of power. So the whole collab farm in Arcarum. Nice. Perfect. I spent a good amount of the collab farming Arcarum. Oops. I fucked him. Try to do these mini games or something at some point. Very hard, extreme and impossible quests will not be playable. Nightmare quests, mini games and bonus battles can still be played. Oh, okay. But only until the end of the loop. Pick up. Okay, so any of these that I pop, including the bonus battles and the mini games, I can do them all after. That's fine. Man, reading is OP. Yeah, it'll take a little while. You failed. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It might still be quite tough for you, but like, it's not really intended for someone who's been playing the game for like 3 days. You probably, yeah, indeed. Try to get a Lucifer if you can from someone, if you have powerful friends. Unfortunately, all my summons suck. Try to try to beg people like Umakin and K18 and Mizako. Or friend. Yeah, the grandma's actually quite hard. I put Tiamat for every element. So I'll look up light or fire to see my Tiamat chilling in the wrong element. Oh, really? I guess I have to change that at some point. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll have to go and change that in a second. I set that up very, very early on. I have Tiamat in wind. These are probably not useful to have on here. Just spamming people's shit, aren't they? It's fucking useless. You're dead to me. Definitely don't have anything else in those elements. Yeah, I don't have it like set to everything or anything. I don't know why that's happening. Mana Dive doesn't really do debuffs. Ouroboros does defense down. Oh, that's not bad, Bellico. You're actually really close. So, doable for you. Maybe not right now, but almost. Maybe with a bit of tweaking. Get 10 in lock. Get gold brick route. No, I did all of the Revenant weapons. What's it called? Like 40 boxing it. It's one of the things that makes me, that tempts me towards gold bricking it, because like in the future the others, because it's a very long process and you need a lot of Revenant weapons. Yeah, indeed, Acuben. The next United fight, I feel like I'm just going to go extremely hard on it. I won't for the one afterwards, because, or probably several after that, because they're going to be like light and dark and shit. But the next one, I'm probably going to try to get as many Revenant weapons as I humanly can. Yeah, with this, well, you need a lot more than that, Acumen. It doesn't even really begin to scratch the surface, the 44 per Eternal. This is part of the issue of doing the regular route. If it was just 44 Revenants and you were done with Eternals, then I think it would be a lot more crazy to brick them. But you have to use Revenant weapons in their Transcendence. You also have to use Revenant weapons in that other improvement process, whose name I continuously forget. So you need a lot of Revenant weapons, like, on top of those 44. Yeah, the Adamant bricks, like the amount of Adamant bricks we have, makes it a lot more tempting to just brick your way through them, so that you can actually save your Revenant weapons for Transcendence. Well done, Bellico. Huge class unlocking. Radiance, yep, that's the one. Radiance is pretty great. If you're focused on Eternals, if you're focused on the power of Eternals, it's definitely worth it. Like 5,000% worth it. But it depends on what you are trying to do. If you're trying to build every Eternal, then yeah, it might not be something you want to focus on. But if you are trying to build out certain Eternals for whatever purpose, high level play or whatever else, maybe you just want to max your guy, it's a pretty massive boost. Some more than others. I think everyone is a pretty massive boost. Yeah, it definitely seems like something that you'd want to do after, you know, you've maxed the Transcendence on that character. Their power reaches quite far. Did you know extended mastery points? Oh, did you throw? Sorry. Extended mastery points into your mana there, but yeah. Of course. Of course. Had 500 GBF coin left over. Did the 10-part classic pool. Got Freya, Summon, Robomi, Wolf and Rini. Oh man, I really like Wolf and Rini. She's cool. They are cool. Damn, you got so many things. Insane. Yeah, literally just got updated the other day. 5-star uncapped the other day. Very old unit, I think. Sen's a very strong old unit. I have not heard anything about Sen. Niches are good. Tunnels need a blue brick later on. Yes. Unlock Radiance to the Eternal. It's needed for Radiance. Apparently it's needed for Radiance. Yeah, Radiance level 5. Yeah. So when you max your Radiance, you have to have a Terror Adamant for it. Yeah, 20 fraggies. 20 fraggies, so 16 Revenant weapons for Radiance level 4. Yeah. 16, yeah. So the total Revenants you need for every Eternal is what? You need 50 for the... Is it 50 for the Transcendence? Yeah. Yeah. So you need you need what, 40? So you need 40 for this, 16 for 16 for their... Why can't I ever remember its name? Holy shit, man. That's such a generic name, Radiance. I will remember one day. 16 for their Radiant, 40 for their Transcendence. So 56. You need 56 Revenant weapons after Transcendence. Or including Transcendence. Plus the... Oh! It's 100. Just 100 total, right? 4 to make it. 40 to... uncap it. Yeah, it's 100. 100 exactly total, yep. For each Eternal. If you use the gold brick method, it's only 60 per Eternal. Yeah, it's probably on purpose. Yeah, absolutely. I like it too. I like the concept of the Eternals. I don't like the execution of the Eternals. Yeah, the actual process sucks. But it's very old. It's very archaic. It's just kind of the way it is. They can't really streamline it because, like, people get mad that they spent so many resources and whatnot on it. The damage ones are very cool. And the other ones, the ones that aren't damaged, are health. And that also has usage too. Not as widespread though. They probably could streamline the process where they remove all of the rusted weapon like stuff and instead make it get X rusted weapons and then you just click a button and it does the step for you. But I think it might be too far gone. Yeah, the unload feature helps at least. Gonna be a rev weapon upgrade skip later on this year. Oh, really? Damn, that's really nice. I take it that isn't gonna save people resources, Der Amel. It's just gonna, like, streamline the process. Yeah, it just saves a whole lot of clicks. I'm sure it can. No, it's not. It's one of the major upsides of it being a browser game. It's probably quite easy, like relatively quite easy to fuck with their code. Yeah, it would be lovely to have a breakdown of what you need. I really missed that with Evokers as well. Like, all I really wanted was a list of the mats that I needed from, like, no Evoker, no Summon, to 5-star Evoker. Nobuo, he is a parody of Nobuo Uematsu, the extremely famous Final Fantasy composer. It's a very useful summon as well. Because it gives drop rate bonus loot. One of the most useful side story summons to pick up. I think it's from one of the musical ones. But I could not tell you which one off the top of my head. The wiki knows. Together in song, thank you. Song of Serpents sucks. Song of Serpents is awful. Together in Song is bearable, but it has some idle stuff in which I had to obviously skip. I had no choice. Some cap. Excuse me. Some cap on mimics you can get every hour? I don't believe so, Jamman. Seems entirely random. I've had 8 mimics back to back before. And I've also had periods where I got no mimic for like 13 chests. Just entirely random. That's great skipping, Bellico. Well played, sir. And I am not planning to stop. I've been a skipper all my life. I don't plan to stop now. Maybe breadstick. Albert's a big nah from me. The sisters are unbearable. He is shit, and the sisters are utterly unbearable. Big nah. What do I see for Viviana? Is Viviana gonna be the altar? Breadstick? Looks like Viviana. Yeah. Yeah, Wizardry. The waist strap. Yeah, it could be Viviana. I wonder if we'll get anything to actually do tomorrow on Wizardry. Or will the dead month continue? Don't worry. I am worried. I would like some content. It's been so bleak this month. I want to play Wizardry though. I want to have something to do in Wizardry, but like, I don't just want to mindlessly fucking farm towards no real end. Yeah, next month. I'm sure next month they'll have something. It's understandable, Bellico. This is a game that you don't really need to... I think the story's alright in this game. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And some of it's actually really good. But you can definitely play this game without touching the story at all. The progression and grind, you know, elements of it don't require any kind of story knowledge or anything like that. Next month is formal banner. No, I was talking about Wizardry. There we go. I'm not. I don't have an issue with the content in Granblue Fantasy. There's enough of that. I want a dry month in Granblue Fantasy so I can catch up on story. This has probably been the most intense period of grinding we've had for Granblue Fantasy thus far. The last 3 weeks have been basically non-stop grind. Try month is like November. Fingers crossed. Roll on November. Found someone who did a comic retelling, One Piece. Oh god. A bunch of dudes playing D&D 3.5 campaign. Pretty funny. I very much doubt it would be funny for me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You told me we were entering a dry period like a month ago, yeah. I mean, like, for players who are caught up, right? I guess these periods are actually dry. Like, they're reruns which don't have a lot in them. But for us, they are do or die grinds. It's both the privilege and the curse of being a new player. Yeah, indeed. For the people who've already got all their stuff maxed out. Like, I guess, trying to think of it objectively. Like, say the next time they run Rise of Beasts, I'll still have stuff to do in it. But after that Rise of Beasts, I probably won't have much to do in Rise of the Beast when it reruns again. This is an example. Like, now, Akaram and this, like, they're much longer grinds, so probably won't be the case for these events. But I can see it, like, how once you've, like, extinguished an event, there isn't really that much to do. You just grind the new things that probably doesn't take very long. Whatever you get from it, like an extra gold brick or whatever. And then you're just kind of done. The waking up in the morning is the Rise of the Beast. It's more like the rise of the fucking living dead. I come to... I try my best to rile myself. Crawl out of bed. Take my vitamins. And that's about it. Stumble around a bit. Till I'm with it enough to go and do my chores. I barely ever see any daylight. Daylight's rare for me. I see it briefly in the morning. If it's not dark. Refreshing Railway tomorrow. Oh, is it Refreshing Railway tomorrow? Probably do that. Or try to. If it's not team dependent. If it's team dependent, then I mean I can't really do it. I don't know. Depends what the Refreshing Railway is like. It's 2 teams, then no. If it's 3 teams, I really can't. One day. We'll get there eventually. Now they cycle off their refraction railways. I'll do the refraction railways as they rerun. Rufo did not stick. What do you mean by that? Oh, the Rufo boss battle. I'm with you. Yeah, they just rotate. Oh, interesting. Because it's like a... Yeah, I get you. Because Rufo was like a modern... Ah, shit, we missed by 1%. Rufo is like a modern thing, right? Whereas Ricardo is a very old fight. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean the Refraction 1 that they've redone, that's permanent as far as I'm aware. The Refraction 1 bot gak. Yeah, it probably will, Pretty. Maybe they'll shower us in selectors again with the next anniversary. They keep ramping up the selectors. Eventually we can make teams for them. You can't get a deep mana Tira, I think. Jamman, I don't think it's possible. Pretty sure once you've got it, it's out of the pool. Oh, you're the Mimic again? Oh, I have no idea then. Absolutely no idea. Katura. Katura is the Ushishishishiga. Manatura is it's like a piece of equipment that you attach just to one class in the game called the Mana Diver, which is this class here. It's this little thing that's floating above their head like a Pokemon. It's like a familiar. Each one has different effects. Oh no! Yes, indeed. It's all over, yeah, man. Farming is over again. It's part of the reason I got my Colossus cane yesterday. Records of the 10 isn't affected by it, Bellico. It's just the like mainline raids. Arcarum does. It doesn't have the bonuses active at all right now, though. Arcarum, I believe. It's fine. I'm sure they will bring back the half costs before too long. It sounds like it never runs for too long with double costs. Time to get your Verum proofs. Can I get Lyria? Yeah, you can. From the What Makes the Sky Blue side story, I think you get SR Lyria. But you can't get the one that I have at the moment. You'll need to wait until PS The Astrals reruns, which may take a long time. Yeah, Lyria can't attack. Fuck this game! True. Fuck gachas, am I right? Should we quit gachas, guys? Daily ask. Should we quit our gachas today? What do you think? No. Fuck. Okay, maybe tomorrow. You return to Summoner's War. Jesus, Breadstick. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You're guilty, okay. Well, they missed you. Well, good luck. You can quit right now. Nice. I love to hear it, mate. Don't farm anymore in that game. It's a 1 hour playtime because I mean that's not too bad, is it? Get back to Summoner's War. I was thinking I missed my ex. Getting that she was the ex that Keitra Carr crashed your workplace. I don't know. Like, Summoner's War is a game that is basically impossible to get into nowadays. But if you're already set up in it, and you have like what you need, and you're not obsessed with being the best, I'm sure it is a game that you can return to, and it's probably fine. I'm sure it's a very comfortable game. Like, once you're already there. I do it for my guild! I'll be leaning on you then, Breadstick. I'll be leaning on you for the Monster Memories Guild, mate. Since you're such a loyal guild, mate. What? Nah, fuck number 1. It's all about number 2. It is not quite as hot today. It was worse in my chair. Now I'm up and about. Actually not too bad. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. Maybe my body's adapting. Have another browser window open, yeah. It's a very weird game to get used to in that sense, where you can like do multiple things at once in different windows. I'm glad I don't actually play on browser. I think I would go too deep down the rabbit hole. I would end up being one of the people with like a million browser tabs and multiple browsers open. I like my struggle bus Steam client. Generates what you use story, yeah. You have like 225 defender kills, yeah. Farming the proofs, yep. Remember, Jammer, remember that the heralds that you pop from those have the highest drop rate of Verum proofs. No, sorry, fragments. Just in case you didn't realise. In the whole of Arcarum. Yeah, you know, like Akia fragments, Bellator fragments, and what's the other? Celsaur? Is it fragments? The coloured fragments, the really rare ones. Mm-hmm. People are saying Alta Viviana. No, guys? But I don't know. It's been a while since we had an SR Alta. I feel like they're gonna do Savia or Rene for summer. I could definitely see Savia, like a summer Savia skin. People really like Savia. In terms of the way she looks. And her thief costume already shows off like a fair bit of skin. Obviously not, guys. It's always old Tugarovs. On your peripherals. You need, so for the fragments, you need 30 for the 5-star summon, 30 for the actual character itself, and 30 for the domain unlock. So you need 90 total per evoker. Yeah, it's 90 total. Which is a lot. They're pretty rare. Yep, the best farm is what sucks. The best way to accrue those fragments is your actual like raw Arcarum tickets. The skip tickets. Those give you the most bang for your buck by like a really long way. The rate of return on it is still not very high now, guys. It's what Acumen's trying to say. That's reasonable, Acumen. Not that's a grind, Narcais, no. Over time, you can pick them up. Unfortunately, Acumen, I don't think Narcos understands any of those terms. Yeah, it's not that dissimilar to various different grinds in various other games. Unless you are in a hurry to unlock an evoker, like we all had the mad scramble for Frau, it's definitely better to just wait. To just take your time, buy your 5 fragments of each a month from the shop, do your tickets, and just slowly accrue them. Because the grinds are brutal on elixirs. Even if not on time, which they are, they're brutal on elixirs. The alchemy event is over, indeed. It's all over me, honey flakes. But more importantly, the campaign exclusive quest is over. Seems like just yesterday that I could step into campaign exclusive quest and grind for 12 hours. And then we got nothing left. It's all over. I already did the "Are we quitting gachas today?" spiel, but people weren't into it. Maybe tomorrow, Narcos. Yeah, I did it too early. That's my problem, Narcos. I always shoot my load too early. It is almost June. I don't know how that helps, but it is almost June. Pop off with their summer events. Hey, Cappy Sir! How's it going, brother? Can't wait for my beach vacation in Gacha. I'm glad now, guys. I hope you have a splendid time. "41 degrees Celsius. Mmm, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. The worst for me is when I'm just sitting still. That's when the heat actually kills me. I just feel like I'm cooking in my own sweat. Thank God for the treadmill. It's by far the hottest May on record in the UK. And I think in other places as well. Global warming, innit? So hot this weather is still cold comparatively, wow. Oh, rainfalls. Things I do for a rainfall right now. Good old-fashioned British rainfall. Can't understand what they're too young. Abyssal? They speak in too much modern lingo. Oh, they're not even that young. I can't imagine August in Texas is particularly pleasant. I'll pass on that one, thanks. That is certainly the case for me, Kara. Certainly the case for me, but I'm sure other people have their own preferences. All buildings have AC blasting, that's true. It's part of what makes the heat so bad in the UK. It's probably the major contributing factor, to be honest. We just don't have buildings that are designed to deal with it. Air conditioning in the UK is like low single percents of homes and even low single percents of like workplaces. Ah, that's strange, Narcos. I thought you loved being sticky. Yeah, indeed, we would. We would consider your like cast-offs as modern air conditioning. We'd be like, holy shit, this is the new age. That's why I was genuinely bowled over the other day when Kurt was talking about how he has air conditioning. And when he says he has air conditioning, he has like a small portable unit. And I was still like, holy shit, dude. Richie Rich over here. Like that's, I know basically no one who has any kind of air conditioning. A fan is about the best you're getting, if you're lucky. You have 4 air conditioning units in your house, damn. Big boy. Big boy. When am I opening up CZN to pull for... Sorry, she's called what? Adelhadide. Adelhadide. Sounds like a... sounds like some kind of acid. Adelhadide. You have a window. Windows are pretty cool. Sorry, to answer your question, Capital, no, I'm not going to do that. That is never going to happen. And I'd encourage anyone to not either. If you're going to support a gacha, I don't know, pick a better one. Or should I say pick one that is run by a better company? Maybe that's more fair. He's metropolitan. Other major cities. And in many places lacking a somewhat decent AC. Yeah, I imagine all the way through those areas you would have AC, right? I thought AC was very prevalent in those areas. But I mean it's not like I've been there. Feels nothing like how they treat E7, to be fair. CZN devs have been great. I don't agree, personally, but I respect your opinion, TikTok. By the way, RIP Railway. Oh yeah, you need. Yeah, I know. You need 244 teams. I'm aware. One day, next year, Capital, we can get Bloodfiend Radiant. My brain just completely shorted out. Engaging with CCN because Tenebria is on the horizon. Okay, here we go again. Tenebria. I've realised the game is quite boring for me if there's no interesting deck building, but even the decks have become quite sterilised. Yeah. So the worst mistake, in my opinion, that they ever made for CZN for the player base. Obviously, it's fine. It's a fine decision for them, probably, but for the consumer, was the implementation of leaderboards right at the start in the fairly near the start in the first eventy thing lab. From that moment, almost immediately, the meta was just defined, and by the sounds of things, it has been ever since. Before that, there was a lot of innovation, and people were trying all sorts of different shit because they weren't comparing themselves to other people constantly. But that's just a problem with gachas in general. Any gacha with leaderboard stuff ends up that way. It's not like that's like a solely CZM problem. Just a shame for a game where there is so much customization. Is this one legal at least? I don't mean the number that they have written down for her. I mean, does she actually look legal? We can only hope. Any game with community is going to have meta. Leaderboards just mean that you don't have to hop on Reddit, see what you're supposed to play yet, but there's a huge difference. One means that you have to really go out of your way to have a meta defined, and thus there's still a lot of innovation, a lot of fun to be had. The other immediately defines the meta for every single player in the entire game, and makes it so that if you're not doing that thing, then you might as well not fucking bother. Tefera's design is fucking disgusting, and they should be ashamed of themselves. How is this different to something like Guild War in Granblue Fantasy? Leaderboard in CZN is much more relevant reward-wise, because in Granblue Fantasy, there's no... Although you can see leaderboards of players, there's no, like, real show of who is using what. In CZN, a game that has an immense amount of customization to do with decks, you have a leaderboard which shows you exactly what people are using for each of the things, and is like, hey, if you're not using these things, you're shit. It shows you how much damage these comps are doing. It shows you every aspect of what these characters are popping off with. It's really, really bad. But I mean, again, it's the same for a lot of games. I just think it's particularly bad in CZN because the game originally seemed to promote customization, and instead became a real meta slog. This is like every game ever. Every single game has a meta. Yes, but that one is a game that is meant to have a huge amount of customization in. Again, something where you're meant to be able to do lots of different things, where you're meant to be able to play the way that you want to, and yet it runs events where you only really have one option in what you're meant to do. But again, like I said, very common in gacha games. It's basically a tower mechanic. It's just a shame in a game that is meant to have so much customization. Because like a tower game in Honkai Star Rail, I mean, it doesn't really matter. The game is very shallow. CZN gameplay is potentially very deep. Deck building is very deep. Yeah, it's massively narrowed down, right, in terms of what you can feasibly do to complete events. I felt exactly the same way for strategy games that did this, like Sword of Convaleria. Very, very similar. You had this huge pool, this wealth of things that you could do, different ways that you could approach the game, and yet you were funneled into only really being able to do one thing if you actually wanted to complete the events. The thing is, Acuben, we saw it in real time, right? One day, everyone was still trying all sorts of different shit. The next day, leaderboards came out. Nobody was trying anything anymore. It was literally defined. The entire meta was defined because everyone could see it in black and white. The list of things. There was no more like, oh, this seems really good for me. I'm having really loads of fun with this. It was all like, this is OP. I need to do this. It's just the effect of leaderboards on games. Because we were playing a lot of CCN at the time. So, yeah, we saw it literally happen right there and then. Exactly, Athia, yeah, exactly. And that was a very common thing. And it had a trickle down. Hopefully never, Capisaur. That's one of the best things about Wizardry. That it doesn't have any kind of in-game standing of what is performing best. It would be a real nail in the coffin for that game for me. Yeah, not every gacha does it. But a lot do. You're a real one, Bellico. You're a real one, mate. Good. That's probably the best way to be. It just sucks because if you are playing the game without interacting with those events, then you're missing out on an aspect of the game, like you're missing out on part of their development, and they only have time to push out a certain number of events, right? And that is going to take some of their development time. So if you're ignoring that aspect of the game, then the game becomes less and less what you're looking for, as you are interacting with less portions of what is being put out. That's the same reason why eventually I quit Reverse 1999, right? Because although I enjoyed bits and pieces here and there, most of the content they were putting out was not really for me. And that was the reason why I quit CCN as well. I looked at their roadmap. I quit on the day that their roadmap came out. I looked at their roadmap and I was like, wow, there's not much here for me, is there? But it doesn't mean that like other people can't enjoy it. Just personal taste, isn't it? Some people really love to be told what they should do in games. Even in games that have huge customization and options in them. Some people just really want to be told what they should play. Any irrelevant event in GBF? Sorry, I don't understand TikTok. I have not got the context. I apologise. GBF has a meta to see any subticks or anniversary ticket tier lists, but you can approach any fight event with lots of different approaches. Yeah. I think part of that is obviously because there's no display in game which is showing every single player what someone is using to clear something. I played enough gachas to see that in enough games. I was shocked when I started playing GBF, like how well done their like progression is, how versatile you can build things. Just very, very surprised. I had no idea that the game was anywhere near as deep as it actually is. I always looked at GBF and I was like, wow, that just looks like a fucking generic auto battler. And it's really not at all. Although what I'm doing right now is just generic auto battling. Yeah, if you're you know, grabbing every single meta unit through whatever means, maybe very careful resource management. I have seen people manage their resources very well in this game. Or, you know, you're spending a lot of money on the game. Or well, maybe a bit of both. Like, we spent hours yesterday trying to customize, trying to eke out like a tiny bit of damage in about 50 different ways. Did you go for the collab units? No, I don't really pull in this game, TikTok. So I didn't do any pulls on the collabs. Did you? Any luck? Wait for the water stuff, you get it? Apparently the water stuff is quite good for like end game players. It's kind of niche, right? But very unique. No idea, that's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. Congratulations. That's a lurking because of remote training. Ooh. Enjoy. 190 is both not 300, and it's also, by the sounds of things, two of the things you were looking for. So very good odds, I would imagine. We played with our Elwyn. Damn it, Langrisser. We played with our Edward Elric a little bit. Haven't played with our Greed yet. Yeah, the FMA event is now over. Narcos. Ended earlier today. There's a Bleach collab. No, we were fighting this guy all of yesterday as well. This is an event that was running alongside it. What do you mean you don't pull in the game? On purpose at all? Or you're just saving? I don't really pull. I've only done the force pulls that I've had to do like Sierras and stuff. I don't pull in lots of gachas that I play. Play a gacha without gambler, yeah. I play quite a few without gambling, but I do gacha in others. Gacha quite heavily in Wizardry. Yeah, I don't have much of a gacha demon inside me, TikTok. It's nice to experience the game through the eyes of someone with low resources as well. Kind of helps to know what people who don't have all the resources can do in the game. No downtime between the end of Record of the 10 and the event story. Yeah, that's right. The event story is just a new story chapters, though, is it not, Acumen? Pretty much, yeah. Try to discard. Thanks, Narcos. That's a very nice way of putting it. Just try to like find out what the actual game is, rather than the gacha and all of the free pulls and all the bullshit that gacha companies peddle to you. Like, is the game actually good? That's the question. I generally try to answer. Yeah, absolutely. TikTok. We talked quite a lot about Cygames. Cygames is still a privately owned company. I only found that out the other day, and it really fucking shows. Like, it shows that they don't have shareholders to please. It shows that they're not trying to appeal. They're not just trying to push an insane amount of money at the cost of their game. Like, they clearly want to build legacy. They want to build an IP, and they have been doing so for many years. So they look for long-term profits rather than short-term profits, which is uncommon in the current gacha space, or the video game industry in general, to be honest. And because of that, they have all sorts of things in the game which actually let you play the game in very strange ways, like I do, and still be perfectly fine. Because their game is a game. It's a very old game, it's a browser game, it's archaic, but it's still very much a game. I hear that Fate Grand Order could be similar, but I am put off from that game by the lack of voicing on the 17 encyclopedias of text. Even if I can't understand the language that's being spoken, it's very nice to hear the tone and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely, Akiben. Smile for the camera. I'm always smiling, mate. My only gripe with Cygames is the long silence after releasing Relink. Finally drop an update nearly a year later. Then silence again until they announce Ragnarok. To be fair to Cygames, Relink's not really a live service game. I don't think that's really that unreasonable. It's not like it's a gacha or something, or an MMO. Their support of Relink honestly seems quite good from an outsider's perspective. I wouldn't expect a game to be like constantly updated without live service attached to it. It isn't the games that I pick. I'm not the gamer I used to be. Don't enjoy the depth of focus. I understand. I think sometimes depth of focus goes a bit too far. And more as I get older, I do just enjoy just having some fun. Generally with friends, you know, with people. I get more enjoyment out of that than from the game itself, generally. And that's a big part of Granblue Fantasy for me. The community of this game is really good. There are a lot of people who are willing to help out and just willing to chat. And want to do things in the game and want to talk about the game. The whole crew thing has been surprisingly fun. You know, like helping each other out. Doing Guild War. It's a little bit MMO-y, right? And I know you're not really super into that stuff, Narcos. But I still really am. I struggle with... I've told this story a lot of times, right? But I struggle with single-player games completely now. The only time I can do single-player games, really, is when I'm streaming. Streaming, like, revitalized single-player games for me. Before I started streaming properly, I just couldn't even play them anymore. I'd get, like, 10 hours in and just be like, you know what, I can't be bothered. Don't mind talking to people you hate relying on. Yeah, that's fair. I get you. I was not a fan of Bravely Default at all. Yeah, I think I'm with you, TikTok. MMOs kind of killed a lot of single player games for me, I think. Way back when. Sorry, guys. I think, how can I put this? Like, MMOs open this world where, like, the game is not limited by the game. Where a lot of the gameplay is actually self-generated by you doing things with other people, and thus every experience is different. And I think that kind of killed a lot of single-player games for me. Like the actual gameplay of single-player games, because it's comparatively so repetitive. Oh dear, there's a big happening in the game, was there, Acumen? Get paid to carry idiots. I refuse to do it for free in the games I play. Base knockers. Having a ton of fun on a private server for MMO. Which game? Atheo. Let's go grab some water in a second. Go check on kitty cats. Yeah, I got you. I got you, Akibet. Your first unofficial job being the personal healer for a guy in PvP. You were a pocket healer in PvP. Big time. Damn. Living the dream. I'm waiting to see what Athio's gonna say. I'll give him a second. Archage. Ah, I see. I've played a tiny bit of Archage. I don't really like the formula, but the that Korean kind of MMO formula. But I still had a bit of fun on it at the time. I'm glad you're having fun. Was it well paying, TikTok? They're like some kind of oil prince. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun, man. I will be playing some MMO, of course, by the end of this week. We'll be doing Monsters and Memories Open Beta. Everyone's favourite. Probably kill some crocodiles. 1k euros a month. That's not bad. Your economy in Croatia is still above me. Oh yeah, God, that must have been a great wage for you. Go is from Dubai. You must have been a damn fine healer. Good for you. Good for you. Right, I will be right back. Just a second. Good healers are hard to find. I was always blessed in MMOs by being surrounded by a bunch of incredible healers. But I know good healers are really hard. Guys, I just got to give Chili her pain medication as well. I'll be another couple of minutes, I'm sorry. Sickly kitty. Melico, you don't have to be sorry about leeching. Leeching is part of this game. You gotta just do it. You gotta do it so you can be strong. Hang on a second. Sorry, folks. I'm here. I apologise. I had to take the cats to the vets as well tomorrow. The other two. It never ends. Unlimited vet works. They just need a check-up though. But the Bengals don't like it. They really don't care for it. How are you guys? Hey, Cruz. How are you? Kara says, it's very perceptive. I can see to say Relink in the end wasn't a full life service game. It's like it's built it around a grindy multiplayer. Where you can solo and then loop the naturally created live server expectations. I think I'm more salty about the lack of communication and confusion. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that, Kara. Especially in terms of the West, Japanese developers are renowned for having absolutely terrible communication skills. Quite often they have no English-speaking representative even. Just some intern using Google Translate for their Twitter or whatever. It's pretty rough. Totally agree with you. I wish that would change. I don't know if it will. Anytime soon at least. Yeah, don't be sorry. You got 15 people, Melico. Yeah, don't be sorry about leeching. I feel really bad for leeching in this game as well, but it's literally the only way you get strong. You gotta just put yourself out there and just Suck it up. People are really willing to help. Doing good, just got back from work. I hope work wasn't too bad for you today, Cruz. What do you got planned for the evening? Put it on stage 4 of Sierra, you having a choice. Yeah, indeed, you just got to do it. You got to get it done. I really think that Sierra's is there to introduce you. Like a big part of Sierra's is to introduce you to the idea that there are loads of things in the game which are too strong for you, and you have to rely on other people, and that's part of Granblue. I feel like. I think like a lot of Sierra's is there to show you that. And it's just as well because it's something that's really important for players to understand. If you try to like just solo this game by yourself, you're not only missing out on a large aspect of it, but you're also probably going to have a really shit time. One day you can. One day you can evolve to be that guy who can solo fucking everything in the game. But it's a long journey. And that feeling of progression, I think, is one of the most exciting things in Granblue Fantasy. Before you know it, you're suddenly dealing like 10 times the amount of damage, or you're 10 times more survivable than you were like just a month ago or whatever. Tesla communicating with the Western players will probably improve if the Western players weren't so fucking obnoxious about everything they touch. That's fair. I do think that the West is full of very privileged individuals, or people who feel that they have a lot of privilege, who expect a lot of things which are in a lot of ways unrealistic to expect. I don't think that's the case for everyone, and I don't think that's a blanket statement, but it does seem to apply in a lot of cases. Yeah, maybe if that weren't quite such the way of things in the West, then like Japan would be more happy communicating with us. Probably not though. Don't know. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Any kind of Japanese IP just isn't really gonna talk to the West very much. Or rather, any company in charge of any IP. Just kind of the way it is. 1,000 years ago, there was an old Facebook game called Castle Age. I remember that. 1,000 years is too many. At most, it was like 400. Especially after they announced and took 7.5 years to finish the project. Wonder how much time it was trying to build a community to get groups together for killing everyone. Oh, sorry. Wonder how much time it was trying to recover after Platinum Games pulled out of the development. Oh, I don't know. I'm afraid I'm not. I don't have much intrinsic knowledge to do with the development of Relink. But it sounds like it took a while. 7 years is a long ass time. 2 ways of getting up in the world in that game. You put a lot of effort into making friends, building a community to get groups together for killing epic bosses. Yeah. Or you could make several accounts, join them together, and massacre everything with a group you know was built properly. It was a similar concept in EverQuest, Narcise. People used to box accounts, so much so that they would have like setups devoted to them, where they would run a whole raid of characters. And you obviously wouldn't be able to play them anywhere near optimally, but some classes played better than others in a sort of like auto format. And with enough macros and things, you could kind of get your whole raid group to work for you. These were, of course, like oil barons who were paying hundreds of dollars a month on subscriptions. But yeah, absolutely happened. It's why in Monsters and Memories they are having like box servers and no box servers. Yep, Final Fantasy XI did it as well. Indeed, Kara. Final Fantasy XI, very similar. Same era as EverQuest. Most people, when they box, they just did like 2 or 3 accounts. And it was so, you know, so you could solo things more easily. Do minor things without having to wait for a group by having like a healer and a tank and a DPS or whatever, what have you. The 7-man army. You're a beast, dude. Yeah, it was an interesting way to play. It was very different, but still fun. People had a lot of fun doing it. That's cool now, guys. The legend of the 7-man army in Castle Age. Yeah, Monster Memories will have box and no box servers, which is kind of the best of both worlds. It means everyone who wants to just play with other players can do so, and everyone who wants to, you know, maybe not solo the game, but like at least be able to like just go and do content completely by themselves with multiple accounts. It'll probably range from small boxing groups to very, very large boxing groups. Pretty much, Narcos. There will undoubtedly be some people like sporting full raid squads on the box servers. It's really good for the game as well because it's a subscription model. Like, that is a huge amount of money for the game by allowing people to do that. And it's nice that it isn't gonna like interfere with people who want to play with other people. Quite often people who box like did want to play with other people, they just wanted the option to fall back on their own stuff. But it ended up becoming a bit of a crutch where you ended up being like, well, I should probably just box all the time. I know I wasn't ever the biggest fan of boxing, but I used to do it all the time, like non-stop. Because the option of it made it feel like you kind of had to, or to keep up. Whatever the fuck that means. I don't know how much I really want to farm this. Maybe I'd have to get 1 or 2 blue bars. No, are you kidding? Actually, Ben. What do you take me for? Some sort of peasant boy. 2 blue bars. That was a buck. We're definitely clearing the shop. I just don't know how much I want to overfarm it. Oh, it's solded. Thank you, Ben. I think we've already got the 12. I might be over farming this, to be honest. I just feel like the eternal materials are very useful. Maybe I'll see how many points we got. Because we are burning through stamina as well here, of course. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing that till after the event. Yeah, we've burnt another, like, 70 potions on this. I guess we should be a bit careful. We do always have the gem potions to fall back on. How powerful am I going to be at the end of Sierra's Academy? Yeah, you should be powerful enough to be able to do M3 raids once you are rank 151. And that's kind of the journey. Bellico. I don't know how much you'll need to do after Sierra's to get to rank 151. That's kind of where the game opens up. M3 is Magna 3, which is the Japanese name for Omega. So Omega weapon farming, basically. That's the level where I am at right now. What am I doing here? What am I... No. Yep, GBF brain rot. Look at these mats, man. Feathers. Feathers get me excited. They get me hot under the collar. The idea of farming feathers for Eternals makes me actually ill. Makes me more ill than the heat. Just beat Belial and Bubs. Yeah, I haven't got that far yet. Belial's meant to be tough. Yeah, they're both meant to be tough. There's a fork in the road. There's a fork in the road. I'm looking forward to doing that stuff. I seem to be alright on these nightmares. I haven't tried it. Well, Akuben is probably up to the job. As a Beelzebub, sorry, clearer, a known Beelzebub clearer. Uh-oh. Ah, Tien is the one who gives pots. He gives a big chunk of pots. Oh, whoops. Don't need to refresh that. Let's do these wherever we can. Why do we keep refreshing that? What's wrong with me? What's the matter with me? A little solo fight, 20k plain damage on entry. Once below 50%, he puts up a shield where he can get below 40%. You need to deal an amount of damage in one turn to clear the limiter. Third turn, and every 6 turns after that, he deals 30k plain damage. Once below a certain amount, 50%, you have one turn where he wipes your entire team. I see. What a brute. What a brute. It looks like we might have a bit more farming to do then. We might not be done quite yet. Oop. I mean, I guess that works. We're going to do a bunch of grand order. What are you trying to get from jam order? What are you trying to order from your jam? Golden Haven. It's going to take so long to clear through these. It's fine. Yeah, we're going to be a little bit short still. We need what, 180? Yeah, 180. Get 30 things I need for the final astral accent cap. Yeah, of course. The jammed buff, yeah. I think jammed is a buff, isn't it? Chili! Chili, chill? What? What's the matter? What? He's not happy about something. We're not that far off. Hello? Game? Just wasn't happy with that. Wasn't happy with my choice at all. Yeah, we good that time. It's like you picked wrong. Okay. So we still need about 29k. We still have some more impossibles to do. We're close. I'll just double check in a second that it is 15k a bar. I'm pretty sure it's 15k a bar. We're gonna do just fine. At least these nightmares will give me something to auto when we're on Monster Memories. It's crazy how strong we are compared to before. Power scaling in this game goes wacky really quickly. Tortotus. Tortotus. I don't have Ouroboros and Leviathan Mino. I keep eating my CA bar. Which other Manatura could I use for a CA team? There's the, what is it? Is it Diaspora one? It's exceptionally rare though, so I imagine you don't have it. Those are like the three good ones that most people recommend. Is it Diaspora? Leviathan will eat your charge bar, I mean, or they'll all eat your charge attack bar. You just mess around with the ones that you have, maybe find something that works there. Or of course you could just use a different class and not use Mana Diver if it's not working for you. Let's see if I can find it. Agastia, sorry. Not Diaspora. Agastia. The Agastia one is apparently excellent for charge attack. But Mana Diver isn't really a charge attack class. Sorry, it just registered to me. Mana Diver isn't really a charge attack class. Most of their Manaturas drain their CA, their CB. You really want to be using something like Kengo for charge attacking. Yeah, what Jamman said, I think. I'm not sure. Sleep well, man. Well, I'll tell you this much, Susano. A Fire Katana is going to be a lot easier for you to make than an Agastia Manatura. To the shop! I know it's quite tempting to force Mana Diver into everything, but I don't think it works quite like that. I think like you can probably do charge attacks with Mana Diver, but I think you need the right Manatura for it, really. Probably won't be terrible just because Mana Diver is so strong, but it doesn't really synergize properly. I'm not sure about Sierras, unfortunately. Relic Buster works fine for a lot of things. If you want something that is actually charge attack focused, Kengo is kind of it. I think there's... Is it Chrysaor? That does charge attacks too? Is it Chrysaor? I'm not sure. And Rising Force does as well. Uh-oh. The fear that just floods through me. What the hell is that? Q? Nice! The fear that floods through me when the capture appears. No boss could ever inspire that kind of fear. You remember where Melgina and Gessie is? I'm gonna do True End for Abyss 2. Gessie is the fishman, Sahagin, that you fight during the arena. And Melgina is the original Abyss 2 boss. Before you start taking on Octonaris. Ah, you try to find them in the streets. I can't remember which floor Melgina's on. I would really suggest looking at the Granblue Fantasy Wiki, the Faster Thoughts. Really look at Faster Thoughts. It has a step-by-step walkthrough for all of that stuff. I think she's on like 5th floor or something. You're a sandwiching. Yeah, Faster Thoughts is the one. God, I must have done that so long ago now. It's like a year and a half ago I did that. The Abyss 2 stuff. Any experts here on what Chrysor wants as a skills in CA team? Unfortunately, I do not know. Hey, Coffee Loki. How's it going, sir? When chatbot's not working, have you got 7 TV problems on there? I know that was a thing fairly recently. Hi! Hope you're doing well. Must be late there. Yeah, sleep well, man. Take care. Yeah, it's been okay so far. Very hot. Otherwise, not bad. Take care. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. It's the steps. Well, it tells you which floor to go to, does it not? God, Wobbly, you're at danger of having to play the game yourself. Searching for Melgina and Gessie. Found Gessie. Remember, you may be wheeled to the wrong place, Wobbly. Don't forget that. If you found Gessie, you might be wheeled to the wrong place. Because Melgina moves on from where she gives out the mackerel sandwiches. Sorry, where she takes the mackerel sandwich. Give a woman a fish and she won't need to use a dagger. Unfortunately, I did all that so long ago that I have barely any recollection of it. So I can't give you any specifics. Sorry, Wobberboot. Yes, Bretsicky knows that. He's literally asking where he finds her. He's looking for her. He's trying to find her. That's the problem. As he said, I'm looking for Malgina, and you said you need to find her. Middle of the map, yeah. I can't remember which floor it is. It's like 5th or something. But I feel like you have to be wheeled to the right place, or you can't see her. Because you have to interact with her to proceed. Wobberboot's trying to find Malgina and is really struggling to find her. Yeah, I don't remember which floor it's on though. And I'm pretty sure you have to be wheeled to the right place, and I don't think Wobberboot is. Because if you are wheeled to after you've given her the sandwich or the knife, she fucks off, right? Yeah, that's what I did. Knockouts. You could try what Breadstick is saying. What would be? I don't know, I can't remember. I thought Gessie was on like floor 6, right at the start next to a statue. But my memory is very, very hazy. There are a few enemies, yes. Luckily, you could probably deal with them by now. Easy.
I would never abuse a ninja. Oh, Cam? Can't water ninjas anymore. Things will get better, Narcos, maybe. Hello, Ryu. How you doing, sexy? I hope you're not roasting wherever you are. Quite cool. This game sucks, hell yeah. Fuck gacha games. It's not very pleasant, really, no. I think it's not quite so bad today. The last couple of days have been hellish. I feel like I've been in a pressure cooker in my little steam room. Today, a little bit more bearable. Hi, Hayabusa. How are you? The day before yesterday, I couldn't really get on the treadmill because I'd hurt my foot from treadmilling the day before. Yesterday I could do it a little bit. Today my foot is healed, so being on the treadmill turns out helps a lot. Like with the heat, it's just getting me sweating. Hey, that's two numbers away from the funny number, Narcos. Treadmill hurt me, it's just because I overdid it. I mistook. Like, you get a lot of, when you walk for long enough, right, like you get a lot of different pains. And I just mistook it for a not so bad pain. Only took a few days to heal anyway. Yeah, 69's. Two numbers away from the funny number. That is true, Narcos. Also, you know, 69's been and gone. It's a relic of a bygone era. True. Not interested. It's Anemone being too excited for you. Red sick. Yeah, she seems to have a lot of joy in her life. Just left the Reverse 99 Discord. They're really pushing for Yuri less men and ZZ style game mode. Yep. They have it for a long time, mate. The whole like really forced Yuri thing in the Western community is one of the reasons why I stopped interacting with the community. Because like, fair enough, you know, get your giggles wherever you want, but preferably not around a bunch of like 12-year-old and 14-year-old girls. Fucking get over yourselves, twats. Nah, not really toxicity. There isn't really much toxicity in the Reverse 99 community. It's just they love encouraging these sexual romances between minors, which is a bit weird. Just to clarify as well, I'm talking about the Western community of the game, not the actual game itself. It's not really toxic. They're quite unified with each other on it. It's a bit of a circle jerk, in fact, over the minor banging. So yeah, not really an ideal thing. And just for the record, it's a lot of women doing it as well. Lots of women in the Reverse 99 community. Maybe that's where you should be now, guys. Generally, it's not women fawning over little girls, but... Wild is a kind way of putting it. I would say illegal in some places takes. was pro-war. Yeah, it really glorifies war. Fourth district, nice. Great job, Wobblebee. Great job, Breadstick. I think you can probably curse wheel forwards. Yeah, but I wouldn't curse wheel backwards. If you want to be 100% safe, I just play through it. I think he was replacing your B with a W because it was a dub. Redstone. It's a bit silly. The Western community just kind of sucks for Reverse 99. I hear that the Chinese community is quite mature, from what I understand. But the Western community really isn't. You're not a fan, no, guys. Do you not enjoy having him kill himself every combat? Having to manually heal him. Oh, I kind of see it. Like, he gets bonuses from being on low health, right? Yeah, I can kind of see it. As far as I know, Narcos, he's actually very good. Like, he actually gets used by a lot of Japanese for big shots. I just think he's bad for general play. He's quite a good focus character. There's a lot of damage. Everything sucks with Cryo Ruin. Cryo Ruin just sucks. I don't know why they made that skill so bad. Yeah, the whole Dark Samurai thing is pretty cool. Yeah. Imagine if we ever get a light samurai. That would be pretty great. Being able to go to light stance. There's a lot of dark shit in the game. Yeah, I suppose it would also die to dark though. There is that. Just received an email from Maxime Murat saying, just titled, "Love your content. Hey JJWF. Came across your Granblue, my Granblue Fantasy stream. Really enjoyed your content. I actually used to play some Granblue Fantasy during the lockdown days of 2020. Reason I'm reaching out. Streamers and their audiences spend hours indoors daily, meaning they probably aren't getting much sunlight and are likely low on vitamin D without realizing it. That makes your audience a natural fit for what we're building. Quick context, I'm Max, co-founder of D3X. We make one product, liquid D3 and K2 in olive oil, in glass. 70% of Americans are low on vitamin D, yet only 3% of American healthcare spending goes toward prevention. I saw that gap firsthand working in pharma and built D3X to do something about it. I'm bringing on 20 founding affiliates, being upfront, no flat fees, but recurring commissions on every referral for as long as they stay subscribed. It's built to pay you for years, not just once. Really? You think that's written by AI? No way. You mean Max didn't perfectly handcraft that message? Sent to me. Yeah. I take my fucking vitamin D every day. I'd encourage you to too. Not from fucking Max though. I wouldn't trust that shit with a barge pole. Do some research. Find some actually good multivitamins that you can get your hands on. Buy those instead. The quality of multivitamins vastly changes based on the composition of the tablet, due to the way that it's broken down in the body. So if you buy low quality tablets, you will have low quality effects. I'm gonna guess D3X is shit. I'm not sure the market needs more multivitamins. Let's give you some D. I think it was a she. Or Kupai. But I'm not 100% sure. You know me though, I'll take some D from anyone. I love D, I take D every morning. And I had to play after that video, and I'm addicted to PvP. Good luck. The game looked atrocious, but I hope you have a fantastic time. The limp syncing in that video really made me laugh. They really made zero effort of trying to sync the sparse amount of voice acting that they have in the game. The fucking girl is just there like, I don't think so. Whole day story skip, nice. I imagine it's expecting people to do that as well. Hello. Hi. What do you want? Welcome back. Edie's here. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very warm in here. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah. Today's not quite as bad as the last couple of days. Love you too. See you later. Alright. Hi, Abisa and Breadstick said hi. What's that? Breadstick said hello. Hi, Abisa also said hello. Hi, Abisa. She says hi to both of you. Breadstick also said goodbye. She says bye, Breadstick. Peroncino said hi. Peroncino said hi. She says hi, Peroncino. Gilly, she's fine, yeah, she's full of the joys of spring. Running around like a crazy thing. Didn't make it home, almost didn't make it home. The tracks are melting. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. So Edie's been away the last few days, and she's up country, and she almost couldn't come back home because things are so hot here. Our train tracks are melting. Yep. Signal lines are sagging and our tracks are melting. Yeah, not great. Yeah. Alright. The components that they use to like tie our tracks together and whatnot are melting apparently because they're not really prepared for levels of heat. As with most stuff in this country. Things get too hot or too cold, everything shuts down. Because it's not worthwhile to build things with extreme heat or extreme cold in mind. It's not financially viable. Nah, I'm alright, thank you. What's that? Nah, I'm alright, thanks. Oh, cherry ice lollies? Yeah. They're pretty nice. I think so, yeah. You can't find them, it's no big deal. Nah. Thank you. He's braving the shops. She says she hopes you have a good day. Dragon Quest 40th anniversary stream. It's an easy thing to forget about when they haven't made a Dragon Quest game in what, like, fucking 6 years? More? Longer? Don't know. Dragon Quest 12 announced 2029 launch, no doubt. This is the way game design is going nowadays. I'm still very amused by DLC for Witcher. Like a 10-year-old game, and it's DLC that's coming out not even this year, next year. Like, Jesus Christ, I really couldn't be any less hyped. Tell us about the DLC that's coming out in like a month, maybe. Not a year. Wonder how Dragon Quest Smash and Grow is going. Came out recently, did it not? Every Dragon Quest gacha is actually doomed to EOS in West, but like some of them do better than others. Like Tact lasted for what, like a year and a bit? Smash and Grow looked like it was some kind of like Legend of Zelda kind of sort of gacha. That style of game. Gee! Billy! Little rat. Lord Dice! It's got a touch light-headed there for a second. Couldn't be the heat. Nothing to do with that, no doubt. When does Monster Memories come out? Monster Memories is going to apparently be launching on October the 1st. It's worth noting that it has been pushed back twice this year already. The reasons for them pushing it back were very valid. And they do seem quite confident of this release, but I'll believe when I see it. There is an open beta for Monster Memories this week from Friday, running for a week. Just over a week, I think. Are we playing it? Your birthday, valid reason. Ah, they'll have to shift the date then. Dark Chaos, they can't compete with that, mate. I'll let Sean Lord know. But it is reassuring that, you know, they do show all of their development, so we get to see the actual development in progress, sorry. Like, we can see all of the work they've been doing on the Deep and the Deep Elf City, all those random little places. We can see the various fixes they've been trying to implement. We can see the work that they're doing on the classes to try to restructure them. Again, it's nice to be transparent, but I am not, like, totally convinced we're going to see it until we actually see it. Fingers crossed, though. I have a lot I want to do in that game. I want to meet a lot of people. I want to play with a lot of people. I want to experience everything that's in the game. How many people am I jumping in with? I don't know. No idea on numbers. Probably like maybe a dozen at the moment. Just finished the Gessie quest. Can't curse wheel to round 5. And can I do... Wait, sorry. Oh, sorry. Can I curse wheel to round 5 and do Melgina's Liberation? I think so. Or I believe so. You should always be able to wheel forwards. It's just wheeling backwards that erases your progress. As per usual, if you want to be like completely safe, you should just play through. I think it should work. What, are you interested in the game, Hayabusa? If so, I'd love for you to come and give it a try with us. I do love making monsters and memories. Memories with monsters, monsters with memories. Really any combination of two things. Gacha is more like Monsters and Mammaries. Renaming the guild, probably Brick Squad. Yep. Brick Squad, Brick Squad, Brick Squad, Brick Squad. I was gonna go with JJ Streamer Guild. Then I was like, I actually have a very small, a very minuscule amount of self-respect. So hi Ellie. I want to remind you that you're loved, appreciated, beautiful, worthy, and you belong here. Maybe have a lovely day. Be kind to yourself and one another. Remember that you can take things slowly. You deserve to feel calm. Thanks, Ellie. Really kind of you. It's the kind of thing that will get me through the day. Sad reality is, though, a lot of people aren't loved or appreciated or beautiful or worthy or that they belong anywhere. All those things take hard work, and some of them you can kind of luck into a little bit. But you have to work for pretty much all of those things. Nothing falls in your lap in life. My counterpoint would be, make sure you work damn hard at something that you're good at. And don't ever get complacent. Keep working hard. Oxynoris is so ugly. I quite like Oxynoris' boss design. Oxynoris is probably my favourite boss in Wizardry. The helmet zoom in, yeah, it's pretty creepy. Helmet's definitely my favourite design of a boss, but Oxynoris is my favourite fight, I think. We'll see where we're at in terms of tokens after a cycle on the treader mill. How do you even get past the Ent Knights? These are probably the most traumatizing of any. They are scary, yeah. The Butcher Knight Ents are pretty spooky. The Warped One design is weird. Yeah. The more you look at their model, the more that you understand about their model, the more disturbing it gets. Hi Never2Ever. I know you are a big Neverness2Everness fan. How are you, man? This playthrough of Wiz was definitely one of the best experiences I had in games. Certainly one of the best experiences I had in gachas, that's for certain. I don't know about games. Attach the characters and they die miserably, yeah. I really enjoyed the first abyss of Wizardry for sure. Trying to figure out how to save all the characters and learning about what the fuck was going on. Fun. Really fun. Whew. Yeah, they're pretty creepy. The Ents. Yeah, the big boys that do a poison breath. The Night Butcher Ents. That's what Dark Chaos is talking about. I never play physical board games. I have done. I know quite a few people who are big fans of physical board games as well. You really do a lot more than I do. What'd you ask? I noticed that I don't get excited for new games on updates anymore. Board Games with Friends has kind of got me motivated to play games again. So this goes back to what we've been talking about a bit recently. Games like most gacha games, for instance, have a finite amount of content in them. Games that have heavy multiplayer elements have infinite content in them, because the experience changes every time you play. So you're probably getting excited because you're getting to play with your friends, and because you don't know exactly what's going to happen every time you play. Which is understandable. I think there's a lot to be said about just multiplayer games in general. Ones that actually have real multiplayer in them, where you kind of work together with people, or you have a lot of impact onto one another, where community actually matters and talking with people changes things. It's one of the reasons why I'm very excited for Monsters and Memories. Most gacha games don't really have any of that. That's largely nostalgia, Dark Chaos. But I think there's an element of game design there as well. I'm sure that's at least partly nostalgia. But games were designed very differently back then. They were designed more so to be games than to sell. The design process back then was still make a good game, sell it, it makes money because it's a good game, rather than make a game, it makes money, this makes it a good game, which is the kind of standard nowadays. You mostly have to look to indie games to get that kind of design nowadays. Play short PvP board games. Yeah, and it'll be a different experience each time you play. I fear. Lots of politicking, no doubt. Standard nowadays are to appeal to investors, yes. Appeal to investors. And to appeal to investors, you have to make a lot of money. In order to make a lot of money, you have to hook a lot of people instantly. And you need to monetize your game in a way that people spend a lot of money before the appeal of the immediate appeal of the game wears off. Which is why, you know, we are in this world where sponsorship and advertising is the most important thing you can do for a game, not actually designing the game itself. If you get people that people like to push the game, it doesn't matter whether the game is good or not, because people will play it, because people tell them they should enjoy it. And by the time they realise that the game's shit, you know, hopefully for these companies, they'll already be balls deep in debt. We're on how the game is played because we have a rulebook. We do occasionally interpret it however we want. Yeah, of course. The rules are flexible based on your table. That's why role-playing is such a good experience as well. Same thing, it's because each game is very different. And it differs completely on who's playing, and how they're playing, and what you're doing. Whereas a video game, a typical video game, it only has one mode. Like, you log in, you play it. You might have multiple game modes, but essentially, like, once you've done them all, like, you've kind of just done them all. That has given rise to the roguelite genre. That's one of the reasons why people like roguelites as well, because they get like a kind of different experience each time. But even that is nothing compared to a game that has community influence in it in every game, because that creates more variety than any amount of like RNG. Jen's was talking about how he knows someone who's working on rewinding cadence. Great. Every time it's a battle between the devs and the investors. Yeah, I heard about this as well. Devs want to make their own game. This is not like a new thing, right? This is something that we've been aware of for like decades, and it's just got worse and worse and worse every year. What was the thing the other... What was the project? Damn, Star Savior. It was Star Savior. Very disgruntled employees came out, multiple very disgruntled employees came out on social media and probably broke all sorts of contracts by spilling their guts about the inner workings, and it was exactly what you would expect. Like, obviously that's not proof or evidence because just random people on the internet, but like, there's not much reason not to believe it. The company, you know, puts people onto a game, make a load of money, and then drags them all off to work on another project. Kind of a tale as old as time at this point. Every game wants to be Ho-Yo. It's been that way for, what, 5 years now. It gets worse every single year. And the companies aren't asking their developers to make a game like Ho-Yo. They're telling their developers to make a game like Ho-Yo. And like, they don't understand why the gacha game that they make is not Genshin Impact. Every time it seems to catch the executives by surprise. They're like, what the hell? The current state of gachas, for about the millionth time, and I'm sorry for everyone who's heard this a load before, is put a shitload of money into sponsorship and advertising. Don't focus too much on the game. Just get people to tell people that it's a good game. That's much more important than the game actually being good. If people are told that it's a good game by people that they like, they'll come in, they'll immediately spend a shitload of money. By the time they figure out that the game is actually complete trash, it doesn't matter. They've already spent their money. And that initial burst of income will obviously wane, but they'll pull people off the project within a few months. They're not looking to make long-term gachas anymore. They're looking to make short-term gachas. A money grab, if you will. But yeah, Genshin has the privilege of being the game. Just like World of Warcraft is the game. And Magic the Gathering is the game. And Warhammer 40k is the game, you know? If those products relaunched today into a market that was already saturated, they wouldn't stand a fucking chance. But they were the ones who set the precedent. They were the ones who dictated what the game should look like. The power of being the innovator. Or at least the first one that gets noticed. So yeah, gachas are dead. Certainly this year they are. You got two choices really. Pick up an old gacha, or get your bib on, because you're going to be eating some slop. Or I guess you could quit gachas forever. That's probably the best of the three options. Yeah, Yuzu is obviously not really designed for that content. Yuzu is probably the most excessive number creep that Wizardry has ever seen. I wouldn't say she's the most powerful character, but she does do very large numbers. With very little investment. It's fun. It's really fun actually, Wobblebee. Super fun doing all that stuff in like +5 gear. Game is honestly a lot more fun back then. Almost had to drink one of my hairs. So a little check. See how deep we got into this. I don't want to buy more board games. Looking at the market, the ones with RP take a long time to finish. Are kind of expensive. Yeah, they will be. Does the group that you'll play with enjoy like RP stuff? Theo? Obviously, each table can be very different. Choose a route. Not really. It's just for me. I see. Kissing over. Ah, okay, yeah, I'm with you. $163 to 164 almost. And then a 16k. King Snake Eater. Almost there. About another 12k. This is two back when they were mostly attrition fights, where you needed enough damage to kill the boss before you run out of resources. Yeah, that was really great. That was peak Wizardry for me. In a loser, you get upset, yeah. Right, be right back a second. I need to go grab some more water. We're back in a moment. Hello, darlings. Sorry, my friends. I quite liked Abyss 4 fights. I actually rate them. I think they did a really good job with them. I'm not a fan at all of the more recent content we've had, where there's just like gross number bloat. They managed to avoid that in Abyss 4. I'm hoping that that is just what they're gonna do with like side content in the future, like challenging content. That's fine. I really hope that that doesn't transition back to Abyss 5. I would be really, really disappointed. One more cycle. We should get enough points. Finish this event. And our grind is temporarily over. We can go and play some side story or something. It's been like 3 weeks. 3 weeks of solid grinding on this game, I think. Excuse me. Sorry, Paul. One thing they can do with Abyss 5, this is prison themed, they can temporarily disable our gear, have a different set of gear that is only available and is farmed in Abyss 5. That's an interesting thought. I don't know how players would react to that. I feel like people would be very unhappy. I've also probably played a little bit more than the average Steam player, Umakin. The last 3 weeks have been probably the most like serious grind I think I've done in this game. Arcarum into the alchemy into this. But it's been fun. I haven't thought of it as a particularly bad grind. It's just been a chill grind, really. Let's hope it's not too boring to watch. Probably no more boring than any of the other grinds that I do in other games, to be honest. Mecharashi is the set unit. Oh man, I hate that shit, man. I hate that shit so much. It drives me mad when strategy, quote unquote strategy RPGs or strategy games force you to use certain units. I really annoys me. Like, it seems a lot of strategy games, particularly gachas, get a bit confused and blur the lines between, like, strategy game and puzzle game. And I really don't like that. Like, if I want to play a strategy RPG, I want to play a fucking strategy RPG. I don't want to play a puzzle game. I don't mind a few puzzles here and there, but I never want that to be the focus, and I never want that to be, like, head-scratchingly annoying where you have to look up guides for a puzzle because the solutions are so obtuse. The whole point of a strategy game is for you to come up with a strategy, not to have one exact route to solve something. Is there a game that doesn't have a gap between vets and newbies? Can you define what you mean by a gap? Because I mean something like chess has no gap outside of knowledge, right? There is no inherent disadvantage. Oh, I'm sorry. Way to calibrate the user experience right now. The gap keeps growing between new players and older players. I wouldn't even say that, Dark Chaos. This is something that we brought up very early into Wizardry's lifespan. It isn't even to do with old players and new players, to be entirely honest with you. It's between it's between casual players and like try-hard or hardcore players, right? Like the gap between someone who has played for 2 years and someone who has played for 2 years but has ground all of the right gear and has all of their shit sorted is absolutely immense. Like, gear is so powerful in Wizardry. It's even like in relation to Granblue, gear is so important. Like Granblue, you're kind of bound to get a rough amount of grid pieces which will give you enough power to kind of get by. In Wizardry, like, there's a shitload of stuff you just can't do if you don't grind. Like, you'll get absolutely annihilated. You won't even stand a chance. You won't even be able to be in the vicinity, and you can't queue up with other people to bail you out, you know? And that wasn't that bad to start with, but it's getting worse. It's getting like worse and worse over time. At the end of Abyss 3, it was still like a manageable gap. It wasn't causing too many problems. And even more casual players eventually could take on like the harder stuff in Abyss 3. It really reared its head with Morgus, because you needed certain gear to be able to do Morgus, like certain exact pieces of gear. And it just got kind of worse as we went into Abyss 4, and now it's like every piece of hard content they release needs you to be action speeded up the wazoo with like insane action speed with the right types of resistance, or you just can't tank the mobs. The right class, the right classes, or you can't tank the mobs. It's a bit tricky. A new player coming in, I've seen new players come into Wizardry where they've had that very hardcore mindset and they've still been able to succeed, but a casual player starting to play Wizardry now, I don't know how much draw the game has to to the average new player. There's no rush to catch up in that game, at least. You can just take your time and have your fun. But I think most new players hit a wall, from what I have seen personally. They hit a wall, be it in Abyss 2. It's generally in Abyss 2 or Abyss 3. But I've also seen it in Abyss 4, where Abyss 4 has this good opening where you can just go straight to Alabaster Cave after Abyss 3. And suddenly you get really, really powerful. As long as you don't mind grinding Alabaster Cave for a while, you can come out and you can do the whole of Abyss 4 and it's fine. But I've seen people get to get all the way to the end game and then be like, right, what can I do now? Can I do any of this super content? Nope. Literally nothing. It's like grind an endless amount to get enough gear to be able to do the super content, or wait until the next Abyss. And hope that they don't make the next Abyss, like a similar level of content. I think they have painted themselves into a corner a little bit with their design, as things stand. Which is fine for existing players, especially existing players who have spent a lot of money on the game, spent a lot of time in the game, but not so much for newer players or casual players. Granblue, meanwhile, very obtuse start to the game. Really hard to get into. But once you do, the game is actually very accessible. Like, it's just that, like, you can access a lot of stuff and a lot of power with absolutely no kind of money commitment or anything like that. And you will just get there and you can, like, leech. You can just leech and get what you need. So weirdly, I think Granblue is a lot more accessible than Wizardry is, despite both having very sharp equipment requirements and knowledge gaps and whatnot. I think all three of the gacha games I play, all have terrible new player experiences. I just realised. I guess this says a lot about me. I don't like the accessible games. At least Monsters and Memories new player experience is great. Oh wait. Shit. Hold on a second. We're getting a pattern emerging here. Will you hit where there is a big character and grid check? The devs try to keep the ratio of type of content to regular content consistent. Yeah, I can imagine that there are raid fights in this game that I will never be able to do. But it feels like they put out a lot of content. And it also does feel like maybe I could eventually work towards those things over a long period of time. Maybe not, guys. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would definitely not say that I like community in games like Overwatch or League of Legends or anything like that. The community is absolutely disgustingly bad. I'd rather interact with it as little as possible. That might actually be true. The less accessible a game, maybe the better the community. I don't think that's always true. That can breed a like elitist environment as well, can't it? Not sure. It might be there's a gap between new players and old. As long as the content that I want to do at least accessible or doesn't take like 4 or 5 months grind to get into, yeah. I think what's important, and this is something that the Wizardry devs have really missed out on, especially recently in my opinion, they've got to keep in mind that their game needs to appeal to everyone. That's just kind of the way that gacha games work. You can't have patches where you are giving content to a subsector of players and you are giving nothing to others. And if you do, then it needs to be followed immediately, like the next week or whatever, by something that is accessible to the rest of the player base. It's just, it puts out such a bad message. It's literally like the game's developers spitting in the faces of the people who can't do the content, saying, nothing for you. Get back out there and grind harder. And I think because they know how to design Wizardry games, but then they don't really know how to design gacha games, that is kind of shooting them in the foot a little bit. As while it is a Wizardry game, it is also a gacha game. Well, events haven't been accessible to the majority. They did Dwarf Cave, which was the only piece of content on that patch, completely inaccessible to like 99.99% of the player base. Then most recently they did Super Boss, completely inaccessible to 99.99% of the content. If we look back at some of their previous releases, things like Morgus, when they released Morgus, it had a whole load of shit with it. You could fight Morgus, but the whole experience was just really fun for anyone who went down there. Like, you could just have a great time fucking around in the catacombs or just talking to Morgus. You could play with the contracts. There were things going on there. The super bosses are added as an attachment to the existing event, yes, but when you add content to a game, to a gacha game, you can't just add that content and not add things for other people, or it puts out a terrible message. GBF, we had a year where they were more focused on endgame content, and then a year where they focused on new player experience. I kind of leveled out and more general content this year. I think it takes a good balance, and Granblue, like Side Games, have obviously been doing this for a long time, so they've probably experimented with all sorts of different things, both behind the scenes and also out in the open. And they've clearly struck some sort of balance. Jesus, like there's too much for me to do right now. I'm sure if I was like at the end game and I'd already done everything, then some of these events would not take very long, and I would feel like there was nothing going on. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, certainly as a new player, it's almost overwhelming, the amount of content, the wealth of content, and I've felt like I could do something in every single event. Even despite being weak, I could do something or other in every single event that's come out. It's not unusual for games to add a new game plus to existing events. A new game plus to existing events? I don't exactly follow, sorry not guys. But I take it that's what you mean by NG plus. It is quite rare for gachas to put out endgame content with nothing to accompany it, because it's basically flipping off the rest of their community. I think the PvP games are always going to be toxic, because people generally can keep everything in-game only. Just discovered the BDO drama last month. I don't know anything about BDO, but I do know things about drama. Yeah, PvP games, usually very toxic communities. Especially ones that have you forced into groups with teammates. Added difficulty attachment to an existing event. I haven't seen a lot of that. Yeah, I haven't seen a huge amount of that. Not just by itself. I've seen that happen, but they've also added other stuff for other people. Quite a bit. Big Wiz question regarding Viscount Gwaine request for guiding lights. Oh boy. I've only done the Admiral route. Can I retake the quest, select a different route, and curse wheel to Octonaris? No, you can't. You have to play through each route separately, Wallaby. It's hard because, similar to what you said, you kind of have to give something to everyone. Exactly. Like, this is how gachas make their money. This is a proven model, and it's how they keep the game going. You've got to make content for everyone. You can have content that's tailored towards high-end players, and then you can have content that's tailored towards beginners, and you can have content that's tailored towards people in the middle somewhere. You can have content that's tailored towards everyone, so everyone gets to experience it. But the thing is, when you launch a piece of content, within a short time frame, you need to be launching something that is for everyone, or people feel left out, and they feel like they are not valued. It's the same for most live service games. Abyss 2 wasn't exactly peak Wizardry experience. No, it wasn't at all. But I still had a lot of fun in Abyss 2, that said. I think the setting and the surroundings were not particularly peak. Obviously, the amount of bugs as well didn't really help. But the actual gameplay experience was fine, other than all the forced deaths in the arena. Kind of shit. Well, they usually do. An event area for everyone, a super boss attached to the fact. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Narcos. If we look at that area, though, not only was the super boss added by itself, and it was the only piece of content in a patch, which is a big no-no, but also a large part of that whole place was to do with fucking Anemone. there isn't really that much there for anyone. Like, it's not really a great dungeon. It's just this tiny piece of forgettable content. And that has been, what, that was like a month's worth of content. So it really didn't go over too well. No, I wasn't talking about the Dwarf Cave, I was talking about Anemone. The Medical Cave, yeah. So the Medical Cave had a side quest, and it obviously introduced the pixie farming for the fairy. But the actual cave itself isn't even a particularly good place to farm. So people are still stuck farming exactly the same places as they were farming before for the most part. Unless they have a fairy, in which case they're farming a horribly obtuse farm spot for their fairy instead that nobody seems to like. The lack of story elements in Abyss 2, yeah, it's a big step down from Abyss 1 for sure. Abyss 1, for a dungeon crawler and for a gacha, the Abyss 1 story was pretty darn good. The Abyss 2 story was like practically non-existent. The whole Melgina storyline thing is quite interesting. You wouldn't farm in there for the fairy. I was talking about what people would be farming now. Okay, there isn't. I don't think there are pixie spawns in there. There might be. I'm not sure. I don't think so though. Most people seem to go to Alabaster, the high floors of Abyss 3. I am on a treadmill dragon actually. Yep. Yeah, it's alright. I don't know anyone who's been farming in there though. Yeah, the fairy can't really use any of it. Everyone I've talked to is still farming, is either farming the pixie gear and or just doing Alabaster or just still in church grounds. Which has been the farm spot for a very long time now. Now you've been doing Medical Cave, nice. Oh, the mines. Yeah, I'm with you, I'm with you. The Abyss 4 mines, there's pixie spawns in there too, right? That looked like a really awful farm, the mines one. I haven't tried it. Love a good mine. It's a weird experience. Your game experience is almost entirely dictated on whether you pull the character or not. Yeah, it's a bit odd. But I think it's just odd for Wizardry. We haven't really seen that in Wizardry very much before. Saw it a little bit with Rangers, I guess. But you see it lots in other gachas, right? The whole Girl of the Month thing. It's very, very common in gachas. Like the whole story is locked around a new character, and sometimes they even lock some of that story away behind you owning that character. So I don't know if we can blame Wizardry too much for that. Probably more an issue with the gacha. We even see that in Granblue. I've seen a good few side stories that were, I don't know if they still do it nowadays, but they were basically designed around the character that they were launching. Yeah, if you didn't have the new character, you missed the story. I've seen that in quite a few gachas. Arknight's Enfield. What about Arknight's Enfield, sorry? I don't know enough about Enfield's character system. Oh, another Eden. Another Eden, Bellico. You tit. Yeah, indeed. It's like you can do the content of the patch. Generally, in an average gacha game, you can do the content of the patch, and then they maybe have a little bit of side story locked away behind, if whether you had the character or not. It was actually a pretty good one, Bellico. It was good timing. One of your better. Yeah, I agree, Imikin, I agree. I've kind of been chilling on side games quite a bit recently. I just want to stress again that I don't think they're a good company. They make gacha games. They're not a good company. But like, as far as gacha companies go, they seem to have some care for continuing a good relationship with their players. Indeed. I've seen a lot worse. Indeed, the lesser of the evils. In Wizardry, you actually need the character to trigger the content. Yep. Sometimes, yep. The fairy thing is weird, yeah. So for reference for you guys, there's a new character in Wizardry called Anemone, who is a fairy, which is a different race. She's actually like a cool little fairy who flies around. She's a real character. When you pull her, she unlocks the ability to be able to find fairy gear. She basically unlocks a mechanic in the game where you can get these pixie packs to spawn that drop fairy gear. And if you don't have her on your account, you don't have a fairy on your account, these things will never spawn. It's not really an issue because you don't need them, but it's just strange that so much content is locked away behind... It's not even a pixie pack. Is it not? I thought it is. It's the Frantic Pixies or something? I don't know. Yeah, one pixie. I can't remember the name of the pixie. Yeah, if you don't have it, like that patch basically had almost nothing in it. Plus 20 Twisted Shield I have. It's still shit. In case there was any doubt, it's still absolutely awful. Yeah, it's a caster shield. It's still awful though, because the best stat for casters does not get boosted by it. In fact, it has a massive negative on it. I'm not sure where they were going with the design of that item. I figured when you leveled it up, maybe it would get rid of its action speed malice, but it doesn't. Is light down where it's at, Breadstick? Yeah, you can use it to speed tune. It's about the most useful thing about it. Yeah, they have set bonuses on these fairy sets. Just for fairies, just for the one fairy that's in the game. They don't have item sets anywhere else in the game, but they just have a bunch of item sets for the fairy that you have to piece together and get the right drops for. It's really, really, really odd. Probably the most frustrating gearing process in the game. I don't know why they decided to make it so obtuse. Sucks as well, because Anemone's ultra cool. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. You go through all the trouble of actually gearing her, and in the lion's share of cases, she's still worse than Camille, who is the human version, or elven version, of her class. I don't know, I really just don't know what they were thinking with it. Yeah, and if you don't pull her, whether you want to or not, you don't get to experience that part of the game whatsoever. It just isn't there. It doesn't exist for you. It's so strange. The design is so strange. One of the weirdest things I think they've done in Wizardry, outside of adding Tapjoy. She's fine. She just takes a hell of a lot of effort and a hell of a lot of work to make as good as the elven version of her. Squishy as fuck. She's talky as fuck. Give me her ladder ash, yeah. And her skill is better used on almost anyone else. Her skill is just kind of not that great. I don't know. I'm sure that when they add class swaps for the two healers, I would bet money that they will give Anemone Mage and they will give Camille Priest, and then suddenly Anemone will be considerably better than Camille, because having access to the Mage spells is a lot more important than having access to the Priest spells, which will be extremely annoying for everyone who has Camille built. Yeah, she'll still be stuck on 2-digit AP. She will have the lowest HP in the entire game, yeah, as a mage. Very fast, though. I mean, if she could equip hunting gear, which she can't. It's just a shit show. I hate it. I hate the design choices they made. That are really weird. I love the idea of them having separated gear. I don't like the idea of the gear being completely gated and also the gear being extremely hard to source even when you have lifted the gate. It's just so strange. Why make it so hard to gear a character that you've probably just pulled, you know? Character you're excited about. She is. The healer class is obviously very powerful, but Anemone herself is about as anti-power creep as possible. So much so, other than the way that she looks, I can't really think of a reason why I would ever want to pull her. Unless you're willing to commit 500 plus hours probably to grinding a good set of gear for her. Yeah, Camille's great. I mean, she's just a fucking healer. Healer's an amazing class. She doesn't need anything else. And Camille, you can just put any equipment on. It really doesn't matter that Camille's a general adventurer, like as a healer. It makes practically no difference. Like the stats that you're losing, even if you had a D9 Anemone, pretty negligible. The only stat that really matters for her at all is action speed and a little bit of, you know, magic and divine, where you can. I can just imagine how upset people were who immediately wailed and D9'd the fairy only to realise that they couldn't actually equip her. Because I know how gacha players work. I've seen enough gacha players to know there are plenty of people out there who see character, pull character, without even thinking about it, without doing any kind of reading whatsoever. No, not that. I mean, kind of like that, sort of. That's a different thing. That's like collectors, right? There are quite a lot of collectors and gachas. There are just a lot of people who see new flashy thing, immediately pull it. I didn't realize how many of those people there were until I started streaming gachas. Having so many people coming through complaining about the character they pulled because they pulled it as soon as the banner went up without reading a single thing, and then it turns out the character's not very good. The amount of times I've had to say to people, a couple of those, yeah, there are in every game. The amount of times I've had conversations with people where it's like, why didn't you just wait 2 hours to come and talk to me, for me to come online so we could talk about it? And like, I couldn't wait. I just couldn't wait. It's like, come on, man. Your currency's not going anywhere. The gacha demon is very real, much more real than I ever imagined. They might pull to 1.4. How do they even know it's coming in 1.4? I know there are Uma Musume players because they have four years of future sight, right? There are Uma Musume players who are like pooling their resources and planning their resources for literally years in advance, which I think is kind of cool. Ah, you have leaks, I see. Holding our stashes for June ourselves. Rosa 2.0 is going to be huge. Cool. Like, we used to do it in Langrisser a bit. Depending on the server, you're 6 or 12 months behind. And that's a PvP game, so like, pooling your resources in the right place is what allows you to stay competitive unless you're spending a huge amount of money on the game. It's quite important for that. So I can definitely see it for Uma as well. I see Dark Chaos. I'm just over the rabbit race of it all. Too old for gachas. Skipping like 2 to 3 patches of characters without even knowing what they do or how they interact with content just to save for a specific character who we still don't know anything about other than who the character is and her model. Loads of people pull things based on the way that they look. There's a lot of thirsty people playing catchers. So that won't be a surprise to anyone. That was weird as Genshin. I'll take your word for it. Maybe not, guys. Will mates give more stats if they have the same element? No, they do not. That is not true. The power of Reddit. Since you tagged Dark Chaos, I will not answer, and instead... They do if you match element and personality, really. I was not aware of that. If that's true, then great. I cannot confirm that. I have never heard of that. I know it's doing them. Is this a new discovery? Because it definitely was not the case before. Like, I've never heard anyone talking about this. Funny saddest one was sign of a mains? I don't have any idea. Character that showed up in 1.0 waiting for ages ago, only to have their killed permanently. Oh, cool. Oh, it's Ignorer. Okay. I trust his info because he literally gets paid to grind the game. Also, it's relatively new. Who is it? Before I endorse anything like that, you're going to have to name drop, I'm afraid. A lot of it requires legendary bomb mates. Whim. Oh, Wimmy? Wimmy does play the game a lot, so I do kind of trust that. Yeah, must be fairly new info. What am I looking at here, Narcos? That has not opened for me. Probably not him. NC is pretty okay, granted you have to skip the first few chapters of the story. I've heard the story only gets worse after the first few chapters. Dwarf Cave for better rates. Yeah, Wimmy is an absolutely out of control, like high value account. Wrong with Dwarf Cake? Nothing. As long as you're exceptionally powerful. Couple more. They're a little speedy. They hit kind of hard. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, looking on the Wizardry Discord, even quite recently, there's still people saying, like, quite reasonably big names saying, like, bottom lane element does nothing. So I assume this must be something that Wimmy has found by himself. That's not like public information. I don't really mind that much. I would just say to Wobaboo, who was the person who was interested, if you have any questions about it, maybe go talk to Wimmy. But otherwise, I would probably operate under the assumption that you don't need to match element. Regardless, it sounds like matching element doesn't do anything. If Wimmy is correct, then it's element and trait, was it? Element and personality, sorry. Same in Maxi, it's not worth it. Yeah, sure. Not showing affection. I'm afraid since they changed the trust system, I don't actually know how it works anymore. I haven't done a bond mate since they changed the trust system. So, Faster Thoughts will probably have an updated bond mate thing if the process no longer works. Thank you for sharing anyway, Tragoshi. It's interesting info. It's just very hard to go off of what one guy says when a lot of other people have tested a lot of things for a very long time and have not found anything. Even if that person's women. There's always the chance that they change something in Wizardry as well, and something like shifts around, and people don't retest it. So it could be that they've modified something, and Wimmy's the only person who's recently tested it. That is also entirely possible too. They do that in Wizardry every so often. Like they did with the stats, for instance, recently. The lower fortitude stats thing, which became a meme in the community. But they they actually implemented it out of nowhere. They were like, actually. Like, element was clearly something that they wanted to be relevant on the bond mates, because they made it glow when it matches, right? They presumably never got around to implementing it. So it could always be that they just have, out of nowhere, they just been like, hey, here you go. Does your daily give red books now, or still purple? I don't pay any attention to the XP books I get, Wobaboo. Nerfed Ladimophis. They did do that, but they did announce that in the patch. be fair. That was a very necessary nerf. Landing Mappers was so broken. What's that, Machio? Does it update if they were already leveled with 90 fortitude? I don't know. Oh yeah, actually, I haven't tested it. It didn't used to do anything. When they changed it, now it does. It's like a handful of extra stats. And I think they're randomly distributed, so even if you have an 80 fortitude character, you may just end up with like extra points on in IQ. I guess that would be fine for sure. Maybe not piety. Wizardry is a real mystery of a game. Yeah, Shio scales like crazy. Just a look at Capisaur's Shio, which is like better than most Japanese whale Shios. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. His entire team was like 90 fortitude or under. When he finally got 100 fortitude character, he was so excited. RIP Tectone. Those are the days. The glory days. What am I looking at here? Type will still give you more bonus for you. Just focus on type. One main thing is both element and personality. Let's work with element. Type will give more bonus. Okay. I can't really pedal that, but yeah, you might want to try. Might want to try personality. I need to see it with my own eyes. I have enough fucking Reddit information in Wizardry as it is. I know people tested the bond mates extensively, myself included, back way when. trying to get anything to make the stats increase. And we couldn't match anything, nothing worked. So it would mean that something has changed at some point. Okay. Don't worry about it too much though, man. It's not really that big of a deal. Thank you though. It's okay. I just don't want to give misinformation to people. I think at the end of this cycle, we should be able to finish our grind. Which would be weird. Feels like it's been so long. Can I still full alteration certain equipment after I altered one stat? You can. It will reset the alter, obviously. The way it works is it will reset the item, it will re-roll the item, it will also reset the alteration, so you will be able to alter it again. What are you trying to full alteration say, Morbu? Just want to make sure that you're not using it on some 4-star white item like the other day. Full alteration says are a very, 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 very precious resource. Want to change my hairpin? Okay, fair enough. Has accuracy and accuracy percentage. Alter the accuracy to attack, sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's a decent place to use your alteration stone. What was your hairpin, Bobbaboo? What quality and what's the right term? What's the other term? Right. I don't remember. Grade. What grade and quality? It was what? Oh my god, dude! Do not full alteration stone white items. Please. Please. I take it you've already improved it, right? You should only really lesser alteration stone something like that. It doesn't really matter for lesser alteration stone because it's just gonna it's gonna re-roll the item, right? So like you have no enhancement on it, you only have the unlocks of the things. So you only really want to use lesser alteration stones on a white item. Good luck. Hope you find surety or attack or whatever you're looking for. No. No. Flammy di Canon. What could it mean? Looking at Reddit about the new ult. Someone posted an edited version of it as Garolf. Yeah, it happens every time. It's stolen from Japanese Twitter. Someone replied really pissed off about being spoiled. That's Reddit. Japanese Twitter has been doing Garolf alters ever since the very first alter. Every single time we get a new Garolf folder. Ironically, Garolf the only character who has not received an alter at the time that they were meant to. That's Salvia for the new altar. I think it's probably Viviana. Dragoshi, it could be. Could be, maybe. Garolf is a literal joke in Japan. It's why they didn't give him an altar. Because nobody actually, like, he's a clown. He's quite a good character, but like, and people did used to use him, but nobody uses him anymore. Yeah, I think it's Viviana Dragoshi, but I'm not really 100% sure, of course. Just a silhouette. What if it's Daniel? You got rejected by the temple, resorted to stealing to survive. I mean, maybe. So far, at least, the altars have all matched the base class of the characters. Looks male. Okay. We will find out before too long. Tortoise! Be slain, tortoise! Maybe what we... Maybe. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't a girl though. They want to print checks, not posted notes. Alex face reveal. We already see Alex's face, right? In his fighter form. Yeah, pretty sure it's Viviana, Dark House. Yep. Of course, that doesn't stop Wizardry. Like, if you compare Fleet and Christmas Fleet, there's a substantial difference in areas. Good old gacha games. You're a genius, Darkhouse. You're a genius. Three. Otto, Otto! The amount of treadmill time I've got over the last 3 weeks has been incredible. They say video games are bad for your health. Thank you, Granblue Fantasy. It's actually cooled down a bit now. Turns out, maybe the heat wave is broken. What a treat that'd be. Tortoise! Tortoise! Maybe our final tortoise. In the AnimeCon news, I have not seen the AnimeCon news. I didn't even know there was an AnimeCon. Is this the feet juice thing, actually? If so, I saw that yesterday. Yeah, it's not really news, is it? Sounds like all parties involved had a great time. We get way too worked up over shit that goes on. No one will even remember it in a couple of days. So apparently without the bonus it should be +5, with the type bonus it should be +7. But some characters might be bugged and the personality part is too complicated and a bond mate too from ninja. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some weird shit that happens in Wizardry. I feel like this might be one of those things where something has got confused somewhere along the line. Maybe. And sometimes shit just happens in Wizardry and we don't really have any kind of explanation for it, and it's easy to like attribute it to something, but it may well be coming from something else. So until it can be replicated a lot of times, like, it's hard to assume that anything actually works. Way too many moving parts in that game, way too many things we don't understand. The whole game is a fucking mystery. It's kind of fun, you know? Kind of fun being like that. We actually do know what... We do know who Daphne is, although you haven't played far enough. Need to get towards the end of Abyss 4. You'll learn what Daphne is. You also learn what Wizardry is. Interesting. Also kind of what variants are. The Abyss 4 story is actually really quite good. They did a good job with it. I really liked Abyss 4. One of the best pieces of content I think I've seen released for a gacha, to be honest, like post its release. A few more thousand runners in Alabasia, sounds good. We got over 3k, we should be fine, I think. I'll wait out this. I guess we'll get to like 3.3. So we get a full run out of it. That makes sense. Which I think is 3 more clears of this. Unless we get a Turdos. Turtish. No Turtish. Not this time. Good night, Cyril. Take care of yourself, my man. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Right. Let's proceed. I think this should get us there. We're trying to get to 180,000. I think we should be quite a way over, if anything. Just about. Anytime you're expensive. Anytime, sir. Thank you. Excellent. Oh, we get 3 of these in all of those farms. This thing must be so rare. 16 minigames. I still don't know what the minigames are. Down here, really, shouldn't I? Goal. Imagine having a goal. Be based on the score you're achieving them. On the boss screen. Cool. Ow. Always fun playing Tetris with my floor space. Right. I guess I'm gonna have a look at this mini game just because I haven't done one before. Oh, we can do practice. How does this work? Traverse the plains to defeat foes you come across. That's all automatically attack nearby foes. Watch out for cliff drops and iron balls. I love balls. Oh, okay. You have to jump. Oh. Okay. Oh, for some reason I was trying to press space. Just assume that space would work. That iron ball. Oof. Fuck it, duck. Oh, you can double jump. Oh, not there. Oh, we got a charge attack? Okay, it's probably just as well that I did a practice run. Very easy, yes. Yes, very easy. I'm having a very easy time. Because the game is very easy. 450 for max, okay. Oh. Oh, Jesus. I'm not very good at this, Umi. I'm not sure this is easy. I think maybe I might just be bad. Maybe I should use the charge attack. I have to move my cursor for that though, which is tricky. The others are kind of rough, I see. 450. We could hit 450, surely. I don't know how, but... what does this do? It just kills everything on the screen. Okay. 410. Can we figure out a 450 victory? Lock in. I'm only playing the practice mode of the game. Or 40. Surely. Oh. Fuck. I don't think I'm gonna get any better at this. Maybe I should play this on phone. This game's stupidly hard. Yeah, let's see what kind of loot we learn from this. God help me. $450. Did it live. Oh, it just rings from here. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I think I'll probably try and do these on phone. I think it might be a bit easier. Clicking with the mouse is really weird. These are just like hit the mob loads of times, I think. The snake guy. I'll probably do them all on auto over the weekend. We apparently have 280 of these, so that will probably take a while. Nubgate? What's Nubgate? I guess we're buying rupees? I don't think there's any point to buying this, right? 5 Mithra anima in it. Best thing on social media. Oh, I see. What's going on there? I guess we'll trade this, but it's just clogging my inventory, really. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Young Cat has joined your party. Holy moly. Hmm. That seems a little strange. Best of luck to her, I guess. Oh, we got a cat. Hand to God. Oh dear. Right. I think it might be side story time. I know, it's very exciting. Oh, interestingly, Savior of Dalmor goes in between here. That's the new one that came out, right? Savior of Dalmor? Odd how they release things in this game. Side stories. It seems like they don't really release them in order. But it's here. Oh god, yeah, I forgot it's Bistro. I totally forgot that the next thing is Bistro. This could well be a skip. Bistro Feyandrash. A restaurant once beloved by many is now on the verge of being shut down. Can the Dragon Knight save it from... Just change my titles and stuff. I'll try and read it. Imikin. I'll try my best. I don't have high hopes, but I'll try. On a clear autumn afternoon, the curtain rises on festival season in the kingdom of Feyandrash. The captain, Vern, and Lyria bounce with excitement as they make their way toward the central plaza of the castle town. Oh shit, voices. I'm bouncing. I'm literally bouncing. I've been bouncing for the last like 5 hours. Umikin. At the prospect. The captain follows Lyria's gaze to see a small white flower and smiles gently.
Upon reaching the central plaza, they spot a cluster of familiar faces. Hi, Vanny. Vanny. A man with bright blonde hair flashes the captain of the crew a friendly smile, waving excitedly. His name is Vane, Vice Captain of the Order of the White Dragons, the proud defenders of the royal capital of Feyandrash. Look who's here! A man with glossy dark hair greets them cheerfully, his face breaking into a pleasant smile. His name is Lancelot, Captain of the Order of the White Dragons. As the captain and the crew sigh with relief at having located their friends, a calm voice chimes in. Hi, Percival. A man with flaming red hair and a dignified appearance speaks to them quietly as he glances around. His name is Percival, former vice captain of the Order of the Black Dragons, the predecessor of the Order of the White Dragons. Because all black dragons should aspire to be white dragons, is that what you're saying, game? Tie games, I thought better of you. Nope. Haven't seen him. He's probably like saving the world or something. I was gonna say, who's he talking to? Bane? You don't think anything, mate. At this moment, the captain and company hear heavy footsteps approaching them from behind. Wobbleboo, if you're out there, Narkai seems to really want to talk to you. A man with long chestnut-coloured hair and a composed air about him strolls over to the group. His name is Siegfried, former captain of the Order of Black Dragons. Siegfriedo.
散歩をしていたら売り子に声をかけられてな。一つ受け取ったはいいが、次々と声をかけられて時間がかかってしまった。
Siegfried shakes his head back and forth as he shows them the vast assortment of food and trinkets in his arms.
すごい量ですね。何ですかそれは。そうな。あれやこれやと知らぬ間に増えていったからな。ジークフリートさん、めちゃくちゃ人気者じゃないですか。そんなことをしている暇があるなら早く来い。 まあまあパーシバル、こうやって全員揃ったんだから。もう
Is this accurate? That seems like something that should be probably saved for a private message. For the sake of any kind of privacy, I'm just going to delete that Desarch. Not that there's any shame in anything like that, it's just potentially a private thing.
そうそう、そんなにプリプリすることないだろう。俺はプリプリなどしていない。まあまあ落ち着けって。いやはや、すまなかったな。気を取り直して祭りに行こうか。そうだな。何でもいいから早く行こうぜ。
How you doing, Desarch?
お祭り楽しみですね。おう。 俺がみんなを案内してやるぜ。あ、まずはこっちの道から行こう。おい。
You farmed some records yesterday. I just got done finishing my records farm. I think we ended up doing what, like 41 laps or something? Strange. I seem to be doing exactly the same. How odd. 41 laps, baby.
ずるいぞパーさん。
The captain and company cheerfully make their way to the bustling main street of the festival. Okay, this has not started off as badly as I thought it was going to. Maybe there's some hope for this side story. There, they spot a large number of banners advertising some sort of event. I was expecting to be done with this side story by now.
ああ、ここでは今町おこしの一環で
グルメイベントって何ですか？
このイベント会場内にある飲食店の中でどのお店が一番人気なのかお祭り期間中の売り上げで決めるんだ。
As they walk through the contest area, they overhear a heated argument inside one of the
おい
restaurants.
おい、何やらただごとではない様子だな。
大丈夫か？心配だからちょっと中を見てくるわ。
ならば俺も一緒に行こう。団長たちは外で待っていてくれ。
Ignoring the close sign on the door, Lancelot and Vane enter the shop. Inside, they see a pompous man towering over another man, pleading at his feet.
サバランさん、お願いします。お金は何とか用意するんで考え直してくれませんか？
ジャック、お前にこの店は荷
ジャ
が重
ッ
い。もはや全盛期の輝きを失ったこの店を
Much
存
like
続させる価値
myself,
は
but-
ない。
はいはい、二人とも喧嘩しちゃダメ。ひとまず冷静になって。
失礼する。我々は白龍騎士団のものだ。
騎士だかなんだか知らんが、いきなりなんだお前らは。
このフェードラッヘを守護する白龍騎士団の方たちですよ。ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません。もう大丈夫ですので。
そう言っても全然大丈夫そうじゃないしな。
Jack peers at Vane's face for a moment. His eyes then widen as he's hit with a realization. Yeah, out of the mines. We are finished with the records of the 10. We got our blue bricks.
お前、もしかしてベインか？
Vane gun.
え、俺？そて、おジャック！お前ジャックか！
Jack!
そうだよ、久しぶりだなベイン。お前副団長になったって聞いたぜ。
まあ俺もあれからいろいろあってさ。
Ah yes, my good friend Jack, who we will never speak of or to ever again, most
い
likely.
や、まさかお前が副団長になるなんてな。正直驚いたぜ。
おい、ベイン、この方と知り合いなのか？
It's Jack! Were you not listening, Lancelot? It's fucking Jack, mate.
そうなんだよランちゃん。ジャックと俺は見習い騎士時代の同期だったんだぜ。
ランちゃんって白龍騎士団のランスロット団長様？
そうだが。
As the conversation continues, Severin begins to tremble with indignation at being left out.
お前ら、さっきから黙って聞いていれば、私を無視して勝手に話すな。
おい、でっけえ声出してどうしたん
Let
だ？
us lizard in here.
皆さん大丈夫ですか？
随分と想像しいな。
遅いぞ。一体何事だ。
The captain and company rush into the restaurant upon hearing Severin's shouting.
外にまだ仲間がいたのか。
あなたたちはもしや黒龍騎士団時代の団長様と副団長様では？
ああ、そうだ。その名で呼ばれるのは久しいな。
で、貴様は何者だ？
俺は黒龍騎士団時代にベインと同期の見習い騎士でした。
Wait, doesn't that mean this was one of their underlings and they don't remember who he is? Damn, that's rough,
でも
man.
自分に騎士の才能がないと知り退団してしばらくフラフラした後、両親が残したこの店を継ぎました。
Major shade from Percy.
今はこの両親との思い出が詰まったビストロフェードラッヘの店長を任されてま
He's
す。
not a jackpacker.
もういいか。お取り込み中悪いが、私は失礼させてもらうよ。
You probably got the right idea,
なあ
Severin.
喧嘩してた理由をオイラたちにも教えてもらえねえか？
はあ、喧嘩ではない。私はこの店を潰す正当な理由を彼に伝えただけだ。
このお店潰しちゃうんですか？
Oh my gosh.
ああ、この店がどうなろうと部外者には関係ないだろ。
We are kind of meddlers. We meddle. The captain and company inquire about the reason behind the restaurant being shut down.
まあいい。そこまで言うなら教えてやる。どこにでもあるよくある話だ。 先代亡き後にジャックがこの店を引き継いだが、力量不足により客も離れて店は傾いていった。そんな中、私がこの店の権利書を担保に金を貸したが、最近では資金繰りも苦しい。だから私はこのビストロフェードラッヘを閉めて新しい店を作ろうと思っている。
Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, just open up a new restaurant. That'll be way better.
この店の権利は私にある。この店をどうしようが私の自由だろ。
That makes perfect financial sense. It's like I'm closing down this restaurant to open a new one. Jack bangs his head as he listens to Severin explain the issue, the reason behind the restaurant's closure once again.
全くその通りなんだ。サバランさんの言ったことは、俺には騎士の才能だけじゃなく、料理で誰かを喜ばせる才能もなかったってことだ。
これで分かっただろ。本人が納得したんだから私は帰らせてもらう。
Severin turns to leave as Jack continues to stare at the ground.
諦めるのはまだ早いぜ。
Could. It would be a very quick side story if so.
頼む。もう一度ジャックにチャンスをくれ。金なら俺が何とかして戦える。
Bane throws himself at Severin's feet without a moment of hesitation.
おい、ベイン。お前にそこまで迷惑かけられるか。
Vanny.
ベインと言ったな。言っておくが、私は別に金が欲しいわけじゃない。金なら腐るほど持っている。
Really? Because it seemed like you were kind of cared
こ
about
の
the
ビストロ
money.
フェードラッヘは私が閉店すると決めた。だから閉店するんだ。
一人の男がここまで頭を下げたんだ。少しぐらい話を聞いてくれてもいいだろう。
貴殿がこの店を閉店したいのは分かった。が、どうすれば考えを改めてくれる？
Severin is overwhelmed by the powerful figures before him.
騎士だかなんだか知らんが、私は暴力や脅しには屈せんぞ。私が屈するのは私が認めた料理だけだ。
それじゃあ。ああ、そういうことだよな。
The captain and company jump at the chance to try making food that Severin will accept.
美食をなめるなよ。お前たちのような素人が何人束になろうとも、
Must we
私
though?
を認めさせる料理は作れない。作れるわけがない。
Percival, who'd been standing on the sidelines watching the situation develop, finally speaks up
全空に
quietly.
名高い美食家ブリア・サバラン殿とお見受けする。この者たちを素人と侮るなかれ。この者たちはやると言ったら必ずやり遂げる覚悟を持っている。
Severin opens his eyes wide in surprise at Percival's words.
貴殿はもしやパーシバル殿、ウェールズ家のパーシバル殿では。いかにもこうしてお目にかかるのはいつぞやの会食以来とな。なぜ貴殿がこのような場所に。いや、そんなことはいい。だが貴殿がそこまで言われるなら私も考えを改めなければならない。
Severin turns to face the captain and the others, seeming to have been
現
convinced by
在開
Percival.
催されている街を挙げてのグルメイベント中に売上1位を達成すること、さらに全空一の私の舌を満足させられるコース料理を提供できれば閉店を考え直してもいい。
本当か？
ああ、この舌に誓って約ただし、失敗した場合はこの店を閉店するだけでなくお前たちからも相応の代償をいただく。それではせいぜい頑張ってくれたまえ。
Severin departs from the shop, his head held high. Overcome with relief, the captain and company begin calmly discussing the situation.
皆さん、こんな事態に巻き込んでしまって、なんと
You're absolutely not forgiven, Jack.
ご迷惑をおかけしてしまって、本当に申し訳ありませんでした。
いいってことよ。でも他のみんなまで巻き込んじまって悪かったな。責任は俺が取るから、みんなは無理して関わらなくても。
いや、幸いイベント中は非番だ。俺は喜んで協力しよ
本当？ ランちゃんがいてくれたら心強いぜ。
ああ、なんだかよくわからんが、これはこれで面白そうだ。
You have zero excitement left. The ones I have left are some of the mainline ones, so I'm actually kind of interested in some of them. Like we have the whole of What Makes the Sky Blue, the whole of Home Sweet Moon. We have No Rain, No Rainbow, which is meant to be quite good. And then we have a bunch of summer ones.
だが団長たちまで無理することはないぞ。
大丈夫です。私たちがこの場にいたのもきっと何かのご縁です。それに私お祭りとかやってみたかったんです。ああ、ちょうどいい。俺らたちの力でこの店を盛り上げてやろうぜ。
団長もピー君もルリアもみんなありがとう。
こうして皆で力を合わせるのも良いものだ。
はい、俺たちでやってやりましょう。
でもパーさんが何か考えがあるっぽいこと言ってたし。
打剣が。
じゃあ何？パーさん嘘ついたの？
嘘ではない。人聞きの悪いことを言うな。俺たちが協力し本気で取り組めば何もできないことはない。そうだろう、団長。
You have the last 3 side summer stories. 2 Violet Violence. Oh no. 5 Flowers of Fate. Oh no. Oh no. Girl. Was that Girl Mountains? What the fuck is that? Charlotta one. That's awful. Several Bara one. I like that. I like the Several Bara one. It was surprisingly good. Makeup No Go. I don't even recognize that one. Marionette Stars. Don't think I recognize that one off the top of my head. The Art of Mercy. Walder was awful. Gorilla I haven't done yet. Sauna I haven't done yet. Drang one I haven't done yet. Hanidos, I don't recognize that. Makeup and Go. I don't remember which one that is. You said it.
さすが団長。お前ならそう言うと信じていた。
でもベインはなんでそこまで俺のために必死になってくれたんだ？
なんかジャックを見てたら。
I genuinely quite liked the Several Bara one. I was surprised that it was quite good. But yeah, most of those other ones you've listed there, I haven't done them yet, or they are not the best. But you know, our tastes are different. Maybe yeah, maybe you'll think it's great. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Sorry, face. Oh, dude, the summer stories are dross. I don't. I'm sure some people, especially the Japanese, really like summer stories. I do not. I don't think I've ever read a summer story that I've actually liked in any game or media or anything. It's a tough sell. Oh, there was Cagliostro in one, and that couldn't even save it. Jeez. The captain and the crew originally came to the city to enjoy the festival. But following a surprising turn of events, the crew has decided to help Jack's bistro get back on its feet. There's still a very high chance this is a skipper. I'll keep trying. Its open wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Somewhere in the royal capital of Feyendrash, there is a restaurant. There is a restaurant. Though once beloved by many, it is now a lonesome shadow of its former self. A series of coincidences leads the Dragon Knights to help manage the eatery in a gambit to save it. Will the Knights have what it takes to succeed as a restaurateurs? Stop in and see the Bistro Feyendrash's grand reopening. No, this is going to be better than the summer ones. Oh look, they're in casual wear. Look at Lancelot looking fly. This is a costume side story. This is a side story that they made to sell shop costumes, right? 100%. It's got to be. Unbelievable. Cutie apron, Lyria. Why would I possibly need that skin? Does it scream Wowo yeah? Because if not, it can get the fuck. The cooking outfits aren't even costumes. What, really? Customizing characters with unique outfits, character voices, and animations change too. Oh, you mean the outfits? I see. The knight's outfits. After changing into their shop uniform, the captain and company reassemble in Bistro Feyendrash to discuss the details of the food competition. They listen attentively to Jack as Jack lays out the details of the food competition. That seems so complicated, Jack.
閉店後にその券を運営が回収して各店舗の売り上げを集計して順位を競うんです。
おお、そういえば券あったな。要はその券の合計売り上げで優勝すればいいんだな。
Vane's fucking jacked.
そんなに簡単に優勝できればの話だがな。
Stupid sexy Percival. What's the little bow he's got going on here? Oh baby.
あのサバランの舌を満足させるのは一筋縄ではいかないぞ。
ひとまずこの店の実力を知りたいところだな。
ジャック殿、今からお店を開くことはできるか？
あ、はい。そろそろスタッフたちが来る頃で。
At that moment, they hear the back door swing open.
店長、おはようございます。
おはようございます。
Hi guys.
おはようございます。
You stop being such a lazy little prick, waiter.
あれ、店長、この人たちは？
ああ、この人たちは今日から店を手伝ってくれる新しいスタッフだ。
Jack explains the events of the morning to the restaurant staff. Although shocked to hear the news, they calmly hear him out. As opening time approaches, the captain and company debate over how to divide up the jobs.
もちろんです。よろしくお願いします。
まず、ベインは厨房担当で問題ないだろ？
ああ、料理なら俺に任せてくれ。
お前は料理だけは得意だった。
おいおい、料理だけってのは余計だろ。
ベインの料理の腕は一朝一夕には得難い才能だ。
はい、ベインさんの お料理とっても美味しいです。
Thanks for the food, Bane.
ありがとう二人とも。
よかったなベイン。
料理を褒められるの素直に嬉しいな。でランちゃんはどうするんだ？
俺か。俺はどうしようかな。
ランスロット、お前には接客を担当してもらいたい。
あ、わかった。パーシバルは何をするんだ？
俺はお前ほど人当たりが良くないからな。俺はこの店の経営状況を把握したい。ジャックとやら協力してくれるか？
はい、もちろんです。
俺は何をすればいいんだ？
ジークフリートさんは自由にしていてください。
自由にと言われた。
そうだな。少なくとも接客向きではないことは確かだな。料理の腕はどうなんだ？
野営中の自炊ならよくしていたな。
ジークフリートさんって
Shouldn't we-
料理とかするんですね。
Shouldn't we get the chefs? We've got 2 chefs. Shouldn't we get the chefs to cook? The people who are actually trained and paid to cook good food
じゃあ
rather than
俺と一緒
getting
に
Siegfried
厨房やりません
doesn't
か？
matter.
だが俺はベインのように人様に出すような料理は。
それじゃあベインから料理を教わってみるというのはどうですか？
おお、それはいいアイデアだ。
ベインさんよ。
はい、じゃあ
ベインさんとジークフリートさんがお料理するなんて楽しみです。で、オイラたちはどうすればいいんだ？
そうだな。団長たちは店の状況を見て臨機応変に対応してもらいたい。
That seems like a terrible idea.
わかりました。臨機
This business is fucked.
オイラたちの力を見せてやるぜ。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
After dividing up their roles, the captain and company earnestly set to work. Once they finish setting up, the time comes to open the bistro for business. But not a single customer shows
誰
up.
も来ないな。
だいたいいつもこんなもんですよ。
いや、思った以上に来なくて驚いた。
潰れかけのお店を手伝うなんて、ランスロットさんも物好きですね。
こうして市政の人々の暮らしに触れるのもきっとどこかで役立つことがあるはずだからな。
さすが騎士団長、真面目っすね。
というのは建前で、単純に接客の仕事とか面白そうで
Seriously
前から
fucking
興味があっ
useless.
たんだよな。
ぶっちゃけますね。なんかランスロット、いい意味で。
そうかな。
Just then, Percival, the captain, and Jack emerged from the room
帳
at
簿
the
から
back.
この店が置かれている状況は大体把握したが、なぜこうなるまで放っておいた？
面目ない。
団長、この店を立て直すのはなかなか骨が折れる。
Together we can do
その
this!
つもりだ。頼りにしているぞ。
Gonna get that enthusiasm pumping.
店長、このテーブル動かすのを手伝ってくれません？
ああ、今行きます。
貸しですよ。
え？
あの赤くて怖い人から助けてあげたんですよ。
いや、パーシバルさんは怖い人じゃ。いや、怖いけど。
何わけわかんないこと言ってるんですか。
Meanwhile, without any orders to fill, the kitchen staff are left with an abundance of free time on their hands.
成り行きとはいえ突然押しかけて悪かったな。
足手まといにならんように気をつける。
別に店長が決めたなら構わない。
ありがとな。
ああ、じゃあこの出汁を作り置きしてくれるか？
オッケー。じゃあレシピ通り仕込んでおくぜ。
ベイン、俺は何を手伝えばいい？
そうですね。じゃあジークフリートさんは野菜を切ってくれますか？
わかった。
Siegfried surveys the kitchen and walks over to find a knife.
この包丁を借りるぞ。
はい。どうぞ。
野菜はここのを使っていいんだな。
ええ。どうぞ。
確か左手は猫の手だったな。 猫の手？
何この人、真剣に猫の手してる。
おい、おいらたちも厨房を手伝うぜ。わあ、ジークフリートさんが包丁を握っているのってなんだか新鮮です。
Okay.
どうかしたのか？
いや、包丁を握っている時にむやみに話すと危ないと思ってな。
こちらこそ邪魔してすみません。
So she's got her apron costume
大
on.
丈夫だ。さあ、団長たちも一緒に野菜を切ろう。
The other staff members go about their work at a leisurely pace, seemingly accustomed to having no customers.
まだイベントも始まったばかりだし、お客さん自体が集まってないんだ。
いや、そうでもないらしい。
Percival points out a long, winding line outside one of the other restaurants. At that moment, some of the others emerge from the kitchen, having finished their preparations.
なんだよあの行列は。
あれはリストランテニューに並ぶ行列です。
なんだそのリストランテってのは。
最近サバランがオーナーとして手掛けたレストランの一つで、この辺りで一番の人気店なんです。
なるほど。では我々の競合相手ということだな。
はい。あの店の売り上げを超えないことには我々に勝ち目はありませんね。
この辺りはあんまり来たことなかったけど。
いい。
The captain and Lyra join the others after completing their assigned
私も
tasks.
どんなお店なのか気になります。
もちろんです。
よし。
The captain and the others close the bistro temporarily to investigate the competition. Okay, I think that's about as much of that as I can stomach. That is pretty awful. After changing into their shop uniforms, the captain and company reassemble Wingby, so yep, sure. I think we are skipping it. Restaurant Nuevos. The new restaurant's top-notch food and service encouraged the captain and company to make plans for a new full-course meal. However, the bistro doesn't have funds to stock expensive new ingredients. They secretly suggest that they hunt monsters for the things they need instead, of course. The conversation devolves into a silly argument between Vane and Percival, coming to a head as the pair decide to have a cooking battle. Yeah. Let's just move along, shall we? After drawing straws to decide teams, the four knights get to work brainstorming appetizer ideas. Vane and Lancelot decide to recreate Vane's grandmother's fish quiche. They travel with the captain and crew to a lake near their hometown to fish for monsters called dratch and trout, used in the recipe. They're changing into their shop uniforms. The captain and company reassemble. Oh, okay. Change back again. Not the Dragon Ball.
Having procured their ingredients, Vane and Percival return to the kitchen of Bistro Fay Andrash to begin cooking. The captain and the crew taste test the 2 dishes and declare a winner, but in the end, both the quiche and the pate appetizers are added to the new menu. That's just great. Captain and company gather in Bistro Fay Andrash before opening time to prepare for a new day of business. What time is it? I better go and check on the cats before I get really stuck into this excellent cooking side story. Hi, Quantum. I'm back in a second. Sorry, Quantum. It's nothing personal, mate. I just hate you. That's all. You were up earlier, but you knocked. Had work today. Ah, cool. I hope work went alright. I'll be back in a minute, alright? Don't go anywhere. You're gonna keep me company now. Hate you. I hate that I love you so much. I hate that you're so dear to me, Quantum, because I can't get you out of my head. I'll be back in a minute, alright?
Hi, folks. We're back. Who could possibly hate Quantum? Yeah, I have heard that Bellicott hates Quantum with passion, in fact. Is he even here to defend himself? I don't think so. How are you, Quantum? We are skipping this. The following day, the captain and company are unsurprised to find out that Bistro Feyandrash is currently dead last in the competition. Oh no! In order to improve their new menu and increase sales, they begin thinking up soup ideas next. This time, Lancelot and Siegfried decide to recreate soups they made while making camp with their respective night orders. Yeah, because nothing says fine dining like eating in the fucking trenches with the knights. The captain and company gather. Yeah, sure. Please. When little Granblue was trying to adjust stuff for fire and light. How did it go? Put pain is suffering in a dark grid. Yeah, it's really good damage. This time Percival and Siegfried are the first to head out in search of ingredients. Siegfried and Percival make their way to a forest with the captain and crew in search of porcinido mushrooms to use in Siegfried's cream of mushroom soup. They finally manage to find one when it suddenly sprouts legs and runs away. The group must join forces to catch it. With the stuff you have, yeah, of course. Sometimes in this game, you're just gonna make do with what you got. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Especially as a man playing 12 gachas at once. A man of many gachas. As soon as Percival and the others return to the bistro, the captain and the crew join Lancelot and Vane on a trip to the mountainous region of search of birds called pennyfowl to make a wildfowl soup. After discovering traces of pennyfowl, they finally track down one of the birds and set out to capture it. Mate, I would definitely rather you play this than anything that's come out in the last, like, I don't know, 2 years. Without a doubt. At least the game isn't like pushing you into doing shit. It's just like, yeah, you can do what you want. I know, even though you said side list on this one, indeed. I've been feeling great, yeah, not too bad. I mean, just very hot. It's not as bad today. The last couple of days have been brutal. This country is not equipped for heat. Hello, Bellicott. I mean morning. I mean, I guess it kind of is morning for you. You shouldn't be up right now, should you? Should you, Bellicott? Ah, you just woke up. Makes sense. You're just in time for some side story skipping. Having procured their ingredients, Siegfried and Lancelot return to the kitchen to begin cooking. The captain and the crew enjoy taste testing Siegfried's cream of porcinado soup and Lancelot's pennyfowl vegetable soup, and both soups end up being added to the menu. Oh wow! Again, wow. Following the cooking battle, they head outside to pass up samples of the soup. Jesus. Captain and company gather in Bistro Feyandrash before opening time to learn where they currently stand in the rankings. Jesus. The next day, the captain and company arrive at Bistro Feyandrash to find that they are still near the bottom of the rankings. They begin to see a few customers trickling in, thanks to their efforts handling out samples. After noticing the large portions of the main dish are being left uneaten, the captain and the others decide to come up with a new main entree for the menu. I'm wasting my precious time. I could be grinding in GBF. That's a dangerous line of thought, but yes, I have at times thought the same thing, which I've tried to quash where I can. This is probably not a good way of thinking. Once the bistro is closed and all the staff members have gone home, the captain and company rack their brains, thinking up new main dish ideas. The captain and company gather in bistro for... Oh yeah, sure. There is no way this needs to be 6 chapters long. Back in Bistro Fayandrash, Jack listens as the veteran staff members express their displeasure at his alleged preferential treatment of Lancelot and the others. Meanwhile, yeah, because, you know, like, we just brought in all these fucking knights who have no idea what they're doing, and the professional staff are like, what the shit are you doing? It's pretty reasonable. Meanwhile, the captain and company make their way toward the cave on the August coast in order to catch prawn to use as bait for the demon bream. Okay. You're super safe, Bellico. Yep. It's an anemone! She's looking a little different. This is what an anemone looks like when you've actually got her gear. The captain and company finished catching prawn within the Orcus cave. Thanks to Percival's connections, the captain and company are able to find a fisherman willing to take them to the demon bream territory. Shortly after they begin fishing, the captain gets a bite, and the knights combine their efforts to help the captain pull up a gigantic demon bream. Just doing shit, Bellico. As a new player, just doing stuff. Do your fates. Level your characters, complete story and shit. Okay, we can do that. Go on, gang. Other crystals? What other crystals? Prisms? $100 rainbow crystal. I think early on, I'm not sure the best way. You've already got everything unlocked, don't you? Because you skipped. Is it rainbow prisms you're trying to get? Yeah. Like, campaign exclusive quests was really good for it when it was up, but unfortunately that's gone now. You can just do the elemental treasure quests, which are in the special quest menu. You can get the rainbow prisms for any of those. The captain and company successfully catch a demon bream, returns to the kitchen of the bistro Fayandrash to turn it into a new main entree.
Having successfully landed their catch, the captain and company return to their bistro, where Vane and Jack combine their efforts to create a magnificent demon bream dish. After adding the new main entree to the menu, they decide to build tables for the outdoor terrace, where customers can order drinks and snacks. Sorbet is delicious. After the construction of the terrace tables is complete, the captain and company chat happily, admiring their work.
みんなよく頑張ったな。あー疲れた。ひとまず休憩にしようか。
そう思ってみんなに冷たい飲み物を持ってきたぜ。
サンキューベイン。気が利くな。俺ももらうぞ。
俺ももらおうか。ここで酒でも飲んだら。
Once the tables have been constructed, the captain and others discuss the new dessert options for the menu. Lancelot describes a unique sorbet that he once came across that changes flavors as you eat it. The group excitedly heads out in search of the mysterious treat. The captain and company follow Lancelot to the location where he once tasted the mysterious sorbet. The captain and company arrive to find the sorbet shop is no longer in business. They seek out the previous owner to ask him to teach them a recipe. The elderly man leads them to a field in search of magical crystals left by wind spirits to use in the sorbet. I mean, as you do. They find themselves under attack by wind spirits and drive them away without hurting them. Do we have to do something here? See how it goes. The shield looks like it's planning something so guard. Now we get a very exciting battle. After driving off the wind spirits, the captain and company return to Bistro Feyandresh, the elderly man, to have him teach them how to make the sorbet. The sorbet ends up being added to the menu, and the group heads out to the terrace to hand out samples. The manager of Restaurant Nouveau
is upset when he discovers that the bistro is attracting customers from his line. Okay. No, I haven't done Paradise Lost yet, but I hope. No. We're getting that. We've got the peak that is this right now. Is that the one you get Sandalphon from? The captain and company decide to add a rich flan to the dessert menu to complement the sorbet. Siegfried suggests that they include basilisk eggs in the recipe. I mean, of course, why would you not? You need to get eggs from a fucking basilisk. They make their way to the basilisk den in search of eggs, but when they attempt to take an egg from a nest inside the cave, they come under attack by the basilisk. Wow, shocker! You go and steal some fucking basilisk eggs, and the basilisk wants to kill you. It's almost like you shouldn't be stealing fucking eggs from a fucking basilisk. You have no choice but defeat it. You did have a choice. You could have not stolen its motherfucking eggs. Has more story from that side story than most of the skips. Really. Quantum's an actual goat. Yep, agreed. Basilisk eggs in hand, the captain and the others return to the bistro, where Vane creates a delicious flan to add to the dessert menu. Percival proposes that they distribute flyers advertising the bistro, so they head out to the terrace once more to hand out flyers. Wait. Vane suggests that they should hand out flyers, so they go to the bistro and hand out flyers. Okay. Bistro Feiendrash is visited by a pair of unruly visitors who ended up frightening the other customers and insulting their food. The moment they threaten one of the customers, they are swiftly captured by the captain and company and ejected from the restaurant. The manager of Restaurant Nuevo discovers his scheme was thwarted. He attempts to come up with a new plan. I don't know, Senzu. Not much. Having added 2 new selections to the dessert menu, the captain and company decide to revamp the after-dinner drink menu next. The captain and company head out to a plantation of Percival's recommendation. There they search for beans excreted by animals called lales in order to make a type of coffee named Kopi Lale. While gathering coffee beans, they are mistaken as a threat by one of the Leols, and they attempt to subdue the beast without hurting it. Bad luck, Rudius. Go get him, Night Gang.
巻き込まれるなよ。巻き込まれたくなければ下がってみんなもランちゃんも俺が守る。これでどう？白竜騎士団の
It's probably Viviana, isn't it? Brilliant.
この剣でこれが炎帝の力だ。炎帝か。行くぞ。我らの道阻む者すべて両断せん。シュバルツファンガ。とどめだ。勝ったか。当然の勝利だ。
Having obtained the beans, the captain and company head back to Bistro Feandrash. The Kupi Leol coffee is well received by the group, and it gets added to the drink menu. Dreekov just shooting the bird to all Elise lovers. She has been a popular general since early polls, and they drop another poll showing how popular she is just for it to be Viviana. I'll probably get to her eventually. Did you know that there isn't a single canary on the Canary Islands? I did not know that. There isn't a single virgin on the island, on the Virgin Islands. I imagine there probably is. Thanks to rumours of the terrace and mysterious sorbet, the bistro begins to see a steady stream of customers coming from the popular restaurant. Bain suggests that they add a floral tea made from rugosa blossoms to the new drink menu. As the captain and company make their way to an island where rugosas are known to grow, they manage to find a rugosa building in a patch of moonlight and immediately set out to capture it. Oh, we should be on. Oh.
さあ見せてくれ。この槍で逃しはせん。この気迫甘いぞ。巻き込まれるなよベイ。いけるか。俺も頼りになるってとこ。ここから相手にならない。竜の誇りにかけて行くぞ。おい竜の魂宿るし炎帝の刃。行くぞそこだ。我らの道阻む者すべて両断せん。シュバルツファンガ。とどめだ。また強くなったなランスロット。
Please. I can't be grand sneezing. Pete. Captain and company successfully obtain the rugosa blossoms. Immediately upon returning to the kitchen of Bistro Feandrash, Bain sets to work making the tea. Captain and company returns to the bistro with ensure Bain is to create the new floral tea for the drinks menu. As a result of all their efforts, Bistro Feandrash's reputation begins to soar. We almost made it. At the end of the food competition and Saverin's visit quickly approaching, Jack calls for a meeting with the captain and the others. The end of the food competition and Saverin's visit are quickly approaching. Jack, the manager of Bistro Feyandrash, calls for a meeting with the captain and the others. I'm sure this will be fascinating. At the end of the food competition and Saverin's visit quickly approaching, the captain and others learn from Jack that they are currently second place in the competition. They rejoice at the news, but the cheerful mood is soon shattered with none of the other employees showing up. They are forced to keep their bistro running on their own. This is unfortunately one of the night side stories yet. The manager of Restaurant Nuevo watches the bustling Bistro Feyandrash from a distance. The manager of Restaurant Nuevo and the disgruntled Bistro staff members watch there with delight as the captain and the company struggle to keep the bistro up and running during the staff's absence. But after seeing how feverishly everyone's working, staff members become nostalgic and return to Bistro Feyandrash. Following the return of the staff, things at Bistro Feyandrash have calmed down considerably. Captain and company use every opportunity they can to brainstorm ideas for another new entree, but so far there hasn't been a clear choice.
深夜までいろいろな肉を試したけど、マダイと釣り合う肉はなかったな。
普通の肉料理では。
Captain and company decide to come up with one more main dish to help the bistro secure first place in the competition. They head to the castle library for inspiration, where they find information about legendary monsters called Galadozers that possess delicious cuts of meat called Chateau Brilliant. Really? Seems like a weird name. They've just taken two French words and jammed them together. Cass and the others make their way to a mountain summit inhabited by Galadozers. Along the way, Siegfried tells them that according to legend, the Galadozers that roam there are descendants of a Galadozer who once defeated a dragon. They manage to locate a Galadozer atop a steep cliff and challenge it to a battle in the hopes of obtaining the fabled Chateau Brilliant. Get Oro? Yeah, I did. Thanks for asking, Faith. What are you up to today? Thank you. Yeah, it's really, really good. Unsurprisingly. Very powerful. I've been showing off my snake for several days now. Afraid I can't right at this moment. My snake's extra juicy right now.
そこだ行くぞそこ消し止め本気になるか見せてもらおう正念場だなフォローします
Go get him, Night Squad. Or something.
白竜騎士団の誇りにかけてバイスフルーゲル
Weiße Flügel.
魔を立たんしばらくハッガー炎帝の刃時と味わえ応援ボルフ嘘竜とゼロ嘘竜とゼロおいさっきの
Mythical meat is mine. Captain and company have managed to corner a Galadoza. Will they be able to take down such a ferocious monster? Oh, the ending's 2 parts. This is criminal! Having triumphantly defeated the Galados, the captain and company returned to the bistro of the Great Savarin. They used the Chateau Brilliant they obtained to add a new main entree to the menu, much to the delight of the Savarin's taste buds. Captain and company succeed in impressing Savarin with their excellent food and service. They end up taking first place in the food competition as well, thus saving the bistro from its fate. Hello, sweetie. Hello, Chili. Jack renames the restaurant to Bistro Drachenritter. Drachenritter? Oh, Drachenritter. Bistro Drachenritter. And carries on managing the bistro together with the staff. How good of them. I guess we're doing cooking with the Dragon Knights. Eager to improve her cooking skills, Lyra decides to learn his secret. Tits. Can't click straight. Too excited. Actually, you're so hot. Humid. Get me out.
Parshval さん、ベイさん、今日はよろしくお願いし。
Right, let's go fight the demon bream. I guess we do it with water. That's our strongest auto, isn't it? Us? Oh, yeah, we do. You'll love to see that. Gradient hunting. Ugh. Haven't we done enough? More like ingredient. Oh, we got Lancelot and Mordred here. Shit. They have a joint. That's kind of cute. Okay, I'm meant to depoison them. Nothing's ever simple.
I did just attack at the start. It might have just been that. And I also didn't cure the thing for like a million turns.
ガキ扱いすんじゃねえよ。一気に攻めるぞ。ヨーロンちゃん、受けてみろ。朝任せろ。これでも食らえ。たっ。さあ。やるぞ。おう。さあ。くそ、この程度。ベイ行こう。さあかかってこい。俺が相手だ。どんとこい。
Oh, never mind.
俺がさあちゃわ。
I thought that cured after the mortgage, but it does not.
誰に聞いてんだよ。一気に攻めるぞ。ヨーロンちゃん。
No. You got so wrecked by Charm.
これでも食らえ。
No.
まだ
So domed by Charm.
もっと強くなってみせる。
So I guess we need to use the ability to break Charm.
ガキ扱いすんじゃねえよ。一気に攻めるぞ。ヨーロンちゃん、受けてみろ。朝任せろ。これでも食らえ。たっ。やるぞ。おう。たっ。たっ。動けない。遅いってどうだ。ベイ行こう。さあかかってこい。せいっはっ。あんちゃん、あれやるか。あ、次で決めるぞ。
I'm Morganite.
行くぞ。俺に続け。畳みかけるぜ。
I think it's next turn we have to use this.
エッチャータハッ。いけるよな。誰に聞いてんだよ。俺が相手だ。どんとこい。一気に攻めるぞ。
I'm gonna get chain charmed.
遅いってどうだ。ベイ受けてみろ。これでもよし。ロンちゃんの前に敵
Hooray!
なし。ベイン
We
が
are Bistro champions. Right, treasure is normal ship. I don't remember how many of these we need. Be back, go this. Shit. Really? The next side story is going to be better. I know it. I believe. Don't give me that, Morganak. It has every chance of being excellent, okay? Has a lot more chance than this one. Than Bistro Feyandrash. You don't remember? Yeah, you see, it could be incredible. You never liked the lights ones, For the most part, I think they're pretty alright. Oh, you got this, yeah, as well. Can't be missing out on Vane's cooking, can we? Right. $60. I think we need like 110. Skin is nice. Yeah, this is the one with the Chef Lyria skin. Or Cook Lyria skin. But why would I need that skin when I have Wowo? Yeah, Lyria. That's the real question. It's one of the winter one. Alright, cool. Oh shit. First time she gets shoes. Nice. That's actually huge gains. But in her battle mode skin, she doesn't need shoes because she doesn't have feet. Huge advantage. Oh, I need to farm more because I need the skin as well. So how many of these do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 30. What do we need exactly? 130 is it that we needed? I don't remember for the next ones. All those, so that's 30 plus 40 plus 60, right? So 130. And then we need 15 more for this. Last one? Oh wait, this isn't a skin. There's a summon. Why am I even farming this? I just thought this was a vein cooking skin. I've lost my mind. I'm gonna buy some soul berries. It's worth. It's okay. Okay, another one bites the dust. Welcome to Bistro Feadrash. It's gotta be one of the weakest stories. Where is... Welcome to Bistro Phaedra. This was pretty bad. Oh, I've actually played Make Up and Go. I don't remember what was in Make Up and Go, but it was really bad. Death Arch was talking about Make Up and Go earlier. I don't remember what was in it. But it wasn't anything good. For sure. Alright, side stories. Dole me out something fancy. Siegfried, surely this is going to be a corker. Concerned about the orphanage where they grew up, Arthur and Mordred disobey her orders and sneak away from their posts at the capital. After arriving, they encounter an individual from Siegfried's past. This one is just titled Siegfried in huge letters. Hello? An earth-spinning roar echoes through the air, mingled with the sound of brutal fighting. Okay. Siegfried closes in on the target, determined not to let his opportunity slip away. Once hailed as the saviour of his kingdom, he resolves to protect the land yet again, unleashing an extraordinary power that eats away at his very being. Urging his battered and broken body on, he clads himself in an uncanny amount of power, pouring his flesh and soul into the final blow. Poor caterpillar thing. Poor Caterpie. With one swift, fierce strike, the monsters are sliced cleanly and easily in half. Those present to witness the spectacle are awed by the man's overwhelming power. Snapping back to his senses, the armoured man hurries over to confirm the safety of his liege lord, King Joseph. An official-looking man at the king's side calls out to the bedraggled figure, big tone and his tone and expression filled with obvious distaste. You always know people are good guys when they start calling people savages in these games. So are you! Everyone's suspicious in this world. They're either hiding some sort of god powers, or they're evil, or they're secretly evil, or both.
King Yosef bows his head apologetically to the man who stares back with a blank
家臣が
expression.
無礼を働いて申し訳ない。ハーゲンも世をおもんぱかってのことだ。どうか許してほしい。
Silently, the man turns to leave.
その者、少し待ってくれ。
なんだ、まだ俺に何か用か。
そなた、騎士に興味はないか。
ないな。
そうか。では、そなたは何のために剣を振るう。
さあな、考えたこともない。だがそんなことを考えずとも、お前たちが苦戦していた魔物をほふる分には事足りている。
おのれ、陛下の御前で無礼が過ぎるぞ。
よいよいハーゲン、その者が申しておることに偽りはない。
面目次第もございません。
As you should be.
しっかりしなさいよね。
だがな、世のもとに来ればそなたはさらに強くなれるだろう。
どういうことだ。
そなたが一騎当選の力を有していることは認める。だが王都の万の軍勢を相手にしても果たして同じように勝てると思うか。
やってみなければわからない。
面白い。そなたなら本当にやってのけそうで怖いな。だが王都で騎士となり兵法を学べば河川を制する戦法も身につけられるぞ。さすればそなた一人の力で万の軍勢を退ける可能性は今よりも格段に上がるだろうな。
いいのか、俺にそんなこと教えて。
Gee!
お前に何の得がある。
得？合法来楽に見えて小さなこと
Oh,
に
hello.
こだわるな。
Great jumpy, you didn't even knock any of your teeth out.
世はな、ふと脳裏に浮かんだだけだ。騎士となり兵法を身につけたそなたが万の軍勢を相手に蹴散らす痛快な姿が。
King Yosef grins impishly, making his true feelings clear.
面白い。いいだろう。騎士とやらになってやる。
では決まりだな。世と共に王都に参れ。
しばらく世話になる。
グンター、クリームヒルト、この男の世話を頼んだぞ。
俺は王都を守護する王立騎士団団長のグンターだ。これからよろしく頼む。
私はヨゼフ陛下の次女を務めるクリームヒルト。グンターに聞いてもわからないことがあったら遠慮なく私に聞いてね。
おいおい、これ以上俺のイメージを悪くするなって。
大丈夫、もう十分かっこ悪いから。
そうですか。
Gunther and Kriemhild welcome the. Dear God, my brain is shut off. Gunther and Kriemhild welcome the brusque newcomer with open arms. There we go, we got that.
このような怪しい風体の男を王都に招き入れるとは。陛下は一体何をお考えになっているのだ。
So the group makes its way back to the capital, each member holding their own complicated thoughts on the matter.
ところで、まだそなたの名を聞いていなかったな。
俺か？
ああ。世の名はヨゼフ。皆からは王とフェードラッヘを治めるヨゼフ王と呼ばれている。
ヨゼフ王か。俺の名は
Siegfried.
There is a knight known as the Dragon Slayer, who once defended Feyendrash from Fafnir and served as captain of the Black Dragons. Although framed for the murder of the king, he remained a loyal knight behind the scenes in order to fulfill his promise to his liege. Plagued by a fate riddled with misfortune, he has delivered his nation from crisis time and time again. His name is... Dragon Slayer's Tale. Sure. Dragon Buster! It's busting time. Third challenge quest to get Lancelot's exclusive outfit. Oh my god. I can't fucking wait. One day, Siegfried visits a cemetery atop a hill overlooking the royal capital. Siegfried stands in a cemetery atop a hill overlooking the royal capital, lost in thought. He sets a bouquet of wildflowers before a grave, having clearly done so countless times before.
ヨゼフ様、今日も王都は平和です。
After offering a silent prayer, Siegfried looks up to see a group of knights sparring on the training grounds of the capital.
もらった。
Believing himself to have the upper hand, Arthur raises his sword high and swings at Mordred with all his might.
スキャリ。
The instant Arthur steps forward, Mordred uses the momentum to knock him to the ground. Mordred thrusts his wooden sword toward Arthur and holds it at his throat.
参った。勝負あり。そこまで。俺の勝ちだな。
Oldest trick in the book.
くそー、やられた。
相手の力を利用した見事なカウンターだったな、モルドレッド。
はい、ありがとうございます。
おお、その技、もしかして前に俺が教えたやつか？
当たりです。まさかこんなにうまくいくとは思いませんでしたけど。悔しい。モルドレッド、もう一回勝負だ。おお、いいぜ。何度だって俺が勝ってやる。
Just then, a wooden sword flies through the air and rolls between Arthur and Mordred.
参りました。トネリロ、よそ見をしているからだ。ごめんね、クルス君。別に謝る必要はない。
As the members of Team Chickadee, I forgot they were called Team Chickadee. Team Chickadee are hard at work training. They hear a familiar voice.
おお、ピヨピヨやってるか、お前たち。
Ah, I forgot this guy existed.
ねえ、また。同じ見習い騎士なんだから、俺もいて当然だろ。あれ、ヘンリーは何の訓練するの？そんなの決まってるだろ。今日はあのお方が来るから、俺の実力を認めてもらおうと思って。
At that moment, the mood on the training grounds changes completely.
待たせたな、お前たち。
おお、かっけー。これがあの伝説の黒竜騎士団団長、ジークフリート。
ジークフリート。
ご無沙汰してます、ジークフリートさん。ああ、ジークフリートさん、また遅刻ですか？いやいや、今日は早かった方だろ。あれ、今日は団長さんとパーシバルさんは一緒じゃないんですか？
ああ、団長とパーシバルは所用があるらしく、ウェールズに行くと言っていたな。
はあ、せっかく最強メンバーが勢ぞろいして稽古をつけてもらえそうだったのに。
Arthur and Mordred look disappointed. Lancelot marches angrily over to them.
おい、お前たち、ジークフリートさんに失礼な口を聞くな。
すみません。
ランスロット、帝国に遅れた俺も悪い。二人をあまり責めないでくれ。
Yeah, Lancelot.
こいつらには
Dickhead.
騎士としての礼儀を厳しく教えねば。
ああ、そう。いくら俺が騎士団を離れた者とはいえ、礼儀をないがしろにしてはいけないな。
As Siegfried and Lancelot talk, Arthur and Mordred become increasingly sheepish.
あいつらいつの間にジークフリートさんと親しげに。
実はな、みんなが長期休暇で故郷に帰ってた間に二人はオートに残ってたんだけどさ、その時にジークフリートさんとたまたま連兵場で知り合って密かに稽古をつけてもらってたんだって。
そうだったんですね。
くそ、なんでまたあいつらだけ。
すごいな、二人とも。僕は知り合うきっかけがあってもきっとあんな風にはなれないな。クルス君、どう。
いや、やはりとてつもない力だ。
伝説の黒竜騎士団団長が目の前にいるなんて信じられないよね。
Right before our eyes. Knights in training gaze at Siegfried with eyes full of admiration. Lancelot stands before the young knights to explain the significance of their upcoming
ジークフリートさんが
upcoming lesson.
特別に稽古をつけてくれる。このまたとない貴重な機会にジークフリートさんの胸を借りて思う存分学ぶように。はい。
Knights in training are filled with a mixture of excitement and nervousness in response to Lancelot's words.
稽古を始めよう。
お願いします。
僕たちも行こうか。
アーサーとモルドレットはこっちに来い。
はい。
何でしょうか。
Arthur and Mordred stand beside Lancelot, watching from a distance as the others begin their practice session.
お前たちは一番最後な。
そんな。
まあ、そんな気はしてました。
お前たちはジークフリートさんから個別に稽古をつけてもらってたんだろ。順番ぐらいは
諦めるの早いな。だってランスロット団長の言う通りだもん。
お前がそう言うなら俺は別にいいけどよ。順番とかにこだわるのもガキくせえしな。
それでこそ騎士だ。
さすがランちゃん、騎士として大切な自制心まで教えてくれるなんて。
Bane nods vigorously in support of Lancelot's guidance.
そういえばベイン副団長はジークフリートさんと稽古とかしたことはあるんですか？
俺か？それは秘密だ。
秘密ってことはやっぱり特訓したんですね。
秘密？特訓とは何だ、ベイン。
いや、なんでもないって。そんなことよりジークフリートさんって昔よりだいぶ丸くなったよな。
ああ、そうだな。黒竜騎士団の団長だった頃は今ほど気軽に口を聞ける雰囲気でもなかったからな。
そうなんですよね。
どうしたモルドレット、急に塩らしくなって。
いや、ジークフリートさんがすごい人だっていうのはわかるんですけど、正直噂話に聞く竜殺しのジークフリートさんとは全然イメージが結びつかなくて。
それわかるかも。俺もジークフリートさんがほわっとした温かい人で驚いたも
ん。だよな。黒竜騎士団団長時代のジークフリートさんが想像できないよな。
Upon seeing the pair struggling to understand Siegfried's greatness, Lancelot grins.
知りたいか？
はい。
知りたいです。
いいだろう。ちょうど時間もあるしな。こうして待っている間に黒竜騎士団団長時代の思い出話をしてやろう。
俺もその話は改めて聞いてみたいな。
よかったらベインも一緒に聞いてくれ。そう、あれは俺とパーシバルが黒竜騎士団の副団長に就任した日のことだった。
Lancelot begins to speak about the past, a nostalgic look in his eyes. Hello. What do you want? Why are you throwing those at me? You're not a ninja. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to fight me? I have no doubt of that. You spilt curry down your dress. Oh dear. You're a mess. You are. You're a hot mess. You are. Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Bellicote says hi, Edie. He says hi, Bellicote. Okay. Yeah, me too. I don't mind. Yeah. And 30. Okay. It's alright. Edie, Bellicote says, hope your fan is working better than mine. Yes. Yes. She hasn't even put it on. She hasn't needed a fan. No, just a fan in general. She says her fan is called the Fridge Master 500. Unlike me, Edie's probably not like stuck in a box room that is just a heat locker, a coffin, and she can also go outside. Yeah, she can seek natural shade. Edie's been in the seat. She also can wear loose-fitting dresses, which I might not necessarily prefer. Should we be putting the fan on later? She says that if you have a fan, she hopes that it is also good, Bellicote. Bellicote doesn't have a fan. Is it hot where you live, Bellicote? Not right now. Over your fan or your window, yeah. I'm sure it'll be alright. Thank you. Very kind of you. Edie left me some garlic chili chicken. See you later. Love you. Right. If you want to. Okay. Yep. Edie's doing pirouettes. Chili chicken. Quantum's very excited about chili chicken. It's very good, my love. Quantum is very excited about chili chicken. Yeah. Edie says it's really good. She likes the garlic the best out of the chili chicken. The garlic chili chicken. Quantum says, hi Edie. He offers her the rose. I bet it is, he says. Can you mail us the garlic? Says Bellicote. She's eaten it, says Speedy. She says that mailing you garlic would not would not necessarily work out too well. She's prepared to try, but she doesn't think that it would be particularly marvelous. I am. See you later, alright? Love you. Oh, does Edie make anything spicy? He makes spicy food. What, sorry? You don't really make spicy food, do you? You make very flavorful food. A lot of Edie's cooking has a lot of flavor to it. She has corrected me and says it's over seasoned.
I think it's.
For her, she needs a lot of flavor in her food, like a lot of flavor, like a crazy amount of flavor. Enough flavor that makes it. It's a bit of a party in my mouth, you know. Hayabusa says he loves spicy. Yeah, I think that's fair. Edie says that she likes medium spicy food. Not like too spicy, but pretty spicy she enjoys. Yeah, over seasoned. Edie mega seasoned stuff. Lots of different seasoning. And lots of that seasoning generally. Honestly, I understand, says Quantum. Gotta have the tongue at dancing, you know? Edie gave a thumbs up to the tongue dancing. No, you're good. She gave a heart. Gave a heart to everyone. She's waving now. Bye bye, Edie. Connor says bye. Bellicott says bye. I think she's out of earshot. Yeah, she said bye, guys. Hayabusa says bye. Yeah, I think she's gone. She seemed happy today. A few years earlier, in the throne room of the royal capital of Feyandrash, a ceremony is being held. She also revived chat. Great revival from Edie. We had literally 30 minutes between chat messages. King Yosef and Siegfried strolled calmly before the Black Dragon Knights assembled in the hall. After waiting for the king to be seated on his throne, Siegfried turns to the crowd and begins to speak. Holy shit indeed, Quantum. Best humans gather the best responses. Indeed, that's why I don't gather any. I hope you had something nice to eat yourself, Bellicott. Did you treat yourself to a Vras to wash it down? Whoa. How many side stories have I done? Just one. Bistro de Feyandrash. It was absolutely fucking awful. Borgor. I don't think I know what that is. Borgor. Oh, burger. Burger. Yep, burger. I was like, Borgor. That sounds very Russian. That sounds quite Slavic. I was like, damn. The other members of the order watch enviously as two knights step forward to stand before the king. Lanchan!
隣の赤い人がパーシバルか。ランちゃんと同じ副団長になるなんてすごいやつなんだな。
The
Vayne was stalking Siegfried already at this point in time. Sorry, Lancelot.
King Yosef lifts a pair of treasured swords from the altar before him and presents them to Lancelot and Percival.
そなたを黒竜騎士団副団長に任命する。いついかなる時もこのフェードラッヘに忠義を尽くすことを誓うか。
誓います。
騎士パーシバル、そなたを黒竜騎士団副団長に任命する。いついかなる時もこのフェードラッヘに忠義を尽くすことを誓うか。
誓います。
ここに誓いはなされた。
How relevant are our Karim summons going to be? Very relevant. Bellico, yeah, very relevant. They're great. They're really great. Not also you have to unlock them to be able to unlock the evokers. Like when you fully uncap the summons, you also unlock the evokers with it. Yeah, they're a pretty big deal. The damage increaser ones are more of a deal. But there are also, as Acuben just said, there are also some of them that have extremely powerful summon effects, like particularly Sun. It's an ultra powerful summon effect. Gives double strike to your first, second, and third fire units. First, second, and third position fire units. Double strike makes you attack twice. Not double attack, double strike. So you get 2 sets of attacks. At Siegfried's okay, third time lucky. At Siegfried's proclamation, the knights raise their voices in jubilation. Yeah, no, that's the call. That's what the call does, Bellico. Oh, I didn't even know they were 2 different things for so long, Acuben. So embarrassingly, probably like at least a month, I didn't know that they were 2 different things. So whenever I read double strike, I just thought it was double attack. And it didn't click for a long ass time. Yeah, the cool is the sub aura is the fire amp as well, so it's just like it's a mega summon Sun. My summon's so powerful. You're just like, man, but double attack isn't even good. Arcarum is one of those things that, like, some people are not going to like doing. You could get away with not doing it at all. If you want to, you could just not do it. And you could maneuver around it. But, yeah, you get a huge benefit from doing it. I would personally advise that you wait and don't really touch it too much until there is a Tales of event. The one, we've just had one, so it'll be a while until the next one. Trying to grind it, like, just dry, going in dry, not great. You don't really want to bareback that mother. You get so many bonuses from the Tales of event. Yep, that's perfectly reasonable, Bellico. That is perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, a flustered messenger bursts into the throne room, interrupting the joyous mood.
恐れながらお伝え申し上げます。ただいま、ブルグント地方にて大規模な反乱が発生している模様です。
Crikey. As a sense of alarm spreads throughout the throne room, King Yosef calmly rises to his feet.
伝令の者よ、その足で悪いが、この後の祝賀会は中止にするとイザベラに伝えておけ。はっ！ジークフリート、 直ちに黒竜騎士団を率いて反乱軍の鎮圧に向かえ。
御意。
Having received orders from King Joseph, Siegfried in turn issues commands to the newly instated vice captains.
パーシバル、直ちに出陣の準備を整えろ。
Siegfried turns to the crowd and raises his sword high, addressing all the knights
フェー
present.
ドラッヘの正義を示せ。フェードラッヘの正義を示せ。フェードラッヘの正義を示せ。
フェードラッヘの正義を示せ。
Thus, Lancelot and Percival's first assignment as vice captains ends up being far more serious than anyone could have foreseen. The Order of the Black Dragons marches toward the realm of Burgundy. Siegfried, Lancelot, and Percival stand at the forefront, leading the
ジー
advance.
クフリートさん、顔色があまり良くないみたいですが、大丈夫？
ああ、問題ない。
懸念があるなら話してください。俺たちも副団長になったんだ。
分かった。頼りにさせてもらおう。だが副団長になって早々このような大事に巻き込まれるとは、お前たちも災難だったな。
全くです。ブルグント地方の反乱はやはり戦王支持派の残党の仕業でしょう。
ああ、おそらくな。先の戦乱の際に全て捉えたと思ったが、
表向きには解決したように見えても心の中までは見えませんもんね。
こちらの掲げる正義も相手から見ればただの侵略行為に過ぎんからな。
とうに理解はしていたつもりですが、いざ突きつけられると、ああ、分かり合えないものだな。
揺らぐなよ、パーシバル、ランスロット。己の剣に迷いが出るぞ。
わかりました。心に留めておきます。
さて、この辺りに陣を敷くか。
On Siegfried's orders, Black Dragons prepare to make camp.
早急に陣を張って作戦を立てるぞ。
Just then, one of the other knights comes running up to Lancelot.
おいランちゃん、お弁当作ったんだけど私忘れちゃってさ。
おいベイン、仕事中にランちゃん呼びはやめてくれと言っただろう。
ごめんなさいランちゃん。ランスロット副団長様でしたね。
ベイン、なんか言葉遣いが変だぞ。次から気をつけてくれればいいから。
うん、分かった。これ食べて副団長の初任務頑張ってくれよな。
ああ、ありがとな。わざわざお弁当を届けてくれて。おいランスロット、なんだこの騒がしい子犬のような輩は。おおパーシバル、いやなんでもないぞ。あ、こいつは俺の幼馴染で。
ランスロット、パーシバル、陣の準備を頼む。
あ、はい、今すぐ取り掛かります。ランスロット、今回はお前の隊の者が陣の設営をする番だ。
Upon hearing these words, Vane chimes in timidly.
俺、もしかして今から陣を張るんですか？
ああ、そうだな。
それなら俺すごく得意でございますけど。
おいベイン、本当に大丈夫なのか？
ああ、俺最近遠征続きで野営するときにいっぱい陣を設営してましてさ。そしたら隊の中で一番得意になりましたからに大丈夫だと思います。
ああ、そうだったのか。そこまで言うならお前。
After listening to Lancelot and Vane's conversation, Siegfried finally speaks up.
陣の設営を頼んでもいいか？
はい、承知いたしました団長。
俺は他の隊の様子を見てくる。
As soon as Siegfried has made his departure, Lancelot resumes speaking normally to Vane.
俺も手伝おうか？
いいってランちゃんじゃなかった。
ランちゃん？
ランスロット副団長は他にもいっぱいやることあるだろ。
そうだけど本当に大丈夫なのか？
本当に大丈夫だから心配しないで。
ありがとうベイン。じゃあ
おう、任せとけって。副団長も頑張ってくれよな。
あ。
After observing the pair's discussion, Percival addresses Lancelot with a stern look on his face.
ランスロット、お前も副団長になったんだ。あまり気を抜くなよ。周囲の者は今までよりもお前の一挙手一投足に注目していることを忘れるな。分かってる。
では俺も自分の隊の元へ行ってくる。それじゃあ後でな。ああ。
Once Percival has taken his leave, Vane speaks nervously to Lancelot.
なんかおっかねえのな、あの赤い人。
ああ、パーシバルは他人にも厳しいが、それ以上にそれにあいつはかのウェールズ家の出身でな。騎士としての素養も完璧だ。
It always makes me laugh. It's just called
あいつが
Wales.
副団長に選ばれたのは王都の誰もが納得してるだろう。
Sensing Lancelot's hidden reservations, Vane responds through pursed lips.
パーシバル副団長ね。
どうかしたのか？
いや、そりゃ副団長に選ばれるぐらいだし、すごい人なんだろうけどさ。俺はランスロット副団長の方がいいかなーって。
ベイン、
ランスロットだって誰もが認めるすげえやつだって。俺はずーっと昔から団長にだってなれる器だって。そう思ってたぜ。
ありがとう、ベイン。さすがに団長は言い過ぎだがな。
As Vane's words echo in his mind, Lancelot responds with a bright grin, like his worries have melted
お前
away.
にそう言われると自信が湧いてくる。
それならよかった。
じゃあ俺もそろそろ行くよ。
わかった。それじゃあちゃっちゃと終わらせますよ。
And so Vane begins skillfully constructing the camp facilities. You're a question of perspective, Bellicolt, if that is your real name. Bellicolt with no Q. Vane finishes setting up camp in a flash. Siegfried, Lancelot, and Percival gather around him. Repeat what I said. I said Bellicolt with no Q.
本当ですか。ジークフリート団長に褒めていただけるなんて光栄です。
Bellicolt.
やるな、ベイン。
せめてこういうところでダンの役に立たないとな。
そうやら男に見えたが、意外と繊細な仕事をするようだな。
お、見てる見てる。どうだどうだ。
ジークフリート団長、そろそろ作戦会議を始めますか。
だよ、ノーコメントかよ。
ああ、だがその前にお前たちの部隊の中から石膏を探してもらえないか。俺も何人かに当たってはみたが、皆この辺りの土地には明るくないときてな。
Per his request, Lancelot squares his jaw and offers a proposal to Siegfried.
ジークフリートさん。
Will you marry me?
ベインを石膏に推薦したく思います。
俺？
ベインは前にこの辺りに遠征していた経験もありまして、土地勘があると思います。
本当か、ベイン。
はい、その通りでございます。
そうか。パーシバルはどう思う？
ランスロットが推薦するなら、俺もその男で依存はありません。
I think you are right. You are not worthy of being a Wind SSR. You should downgrade yourself to SR if you're making insults such as this. Then we'd both be missing a letter, Bellicolt.
本当に任務を遂行できるかどうか、本人の口から意気込みを聞いても良いかと思います。
それもそうだな。どうだ、ベイン。
はい、この不肖ベイン、必ずや成し遂げてみせましょう。
あとはジークフリート団長のご判断にお任せします。
This is when they're both knights of the Black Dragon. You will not be missing it since you weren't worthy of it in the first place. Well, Umikin thinks I'm worthy of it, Bellicolt. The Umikin. Not to brag.
わかった。ではベイン、早速石膏部隊を編成して動いてくれるか。
はい、承知いたしました。
ベインたちが石膏に出ている間に、俺たちは作戦会議を始めるぞ。
はい。
Thanks, Hayabusa. As Siegfried and Percival head inside the encampment, Bane remains standing outside in a daze.
俺が石膏頑張れよベイン
Umakin got crushed in that trivia quiz. Umakin made the trivia quiz, Bellico.
ランちゃんありがとう
What do you mean she got crushed?
ベイン礼を言う必要はないぞ
Oh, DY challenged Umakin to a quiz. I see.
言っておくが俺はお前を幼馴染だからという理由で推薦したわけじゃない。俺はお前なら絶対にできると信じているから推薦したんだ。だからランスロットそれじゃ頑張れよ。はあ、任せてくれ。
Thus, Vane sets out on a reconnaissance mission, while Siegfried and the others begin planning out their battle strategy. A short time later, Lancelot and Percival are involved in a deep discussion.
敵軍に大きな動きはなさそうだな。
To be fair, Bellico, it wasn't so much that you lost the letter. It was more that you casually discarded the letter. Right? Changing to fucking index messenger Bellico. It was very Limbus Company of you. You refused to read any of the things behind changing your name.
今後の展開をこちらのペースで進めるためには
I know you did.
攻めは必要だが地の利もある防御側が
That's what I'm saying. When you changed to Bellico, you got rid of your key.
確かにな。
Because you had it in index messenger,
俺
right?
たちが到着する前に相手は
You could have just stayed
防御を
index
固めてるだろうし
messenger.
な。
先陣を切って相手の防御を崩す策が必要になるか
After listening quietly to his vice captain's debate, Siegfried offers his opinion.
綿密に戦術を立てるのは重要だが、何事も不測の事態はつきものだ。あまり戦術にとらわれすぎず、現場で判断して動くのも大切だ。
そうですね。
だが、戦術自体は悪くないぞ。先陣を切る役回りは俺に任せてくれないか。
ジークフリート団長が直々に
At that moment, they hear footsteps approach outside the tent.
失礼します。
入れ。
はい。
ベイン、無事でよかった。
Sorry, did he just go scouting in full plate armor? Move on. Bane nods and pulls out a sketch on his sketch out of his
報
pocket.
告いたします。敵陣営の位置と兵力数はざっとこんな感じでありました。あとついでにこの辺りで利用できそうな地形なども調べてきました。
He's just clanking around like clank, 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 clank.
おお、この短時間でよくやったな。これで相手の戦力が判明して、より詳細な作戦を立てられる。
お褒めに預かりきやったな、ベイン。やったよランちゃん。俺だけじゃなくて仲間たちもすごい頑張りました。
わかった。後で聞かせてもらおう。
No, you won't, Siegfried. Don't lie.
本来タイでもとりわけ優秀な者が担う重要な
What's redemption, sorry?
この男一見間抜けそうに見えるが情報収集能力に長けているではないか。
赤い人も今度こそ何かコメントしそうだ。
よし、では早速この情報をもとにお前たちの戦術をブラッシュアップするか。
はい。よし、パーシバル、さらに精度の高い戦術を練るぞ。
望むところだ、ランスロッ
ト。これ以上俺がいたらお邪魔虫だな。では俺はこの辺で失礼いたします。
ああ、助かったぞ、ベイン。
Oh, you got your key back. I love it. Congrats, man. Oh wait, you have an underscore.
お疲れ様、ベイン。頑張れよ、ランちゃん。
As Vane bows and makes his way to leave, he glances over his shoulder at Siegfried and the others. He can't keep making insults. It's like, you're doing fine, mate. Just gotta believe in yourself. Filled with newfound resolve, Vane returns to his station. Meanwhile, Siegfried and the others use the information he gathered to rethink their plan. Once their strategy has been ironed out, the knights make for enemy lines immediately and assume their positions on the battlefield. After all the preparations are in order, Siegfried stands before the knights with the order to issue some words of inspiration. These are not really words of inspiration, are they? Now that's more like it. The next moment, Siegfried speeds forward, aiming directly for the enemy lines. Just gonna go and solo them. Spotting his movements, one of the enemy troops calls out to inform his comrades. Having reached the enemy camp in an instant, Siegfried leaps over the front line, swinging his blade downwards. He hasn't even waited for his troops. He's just gone in there by himself. The sword collides powerfully with the earth that's below it, sending fissures through the ground. Why does he even have an army with him? Why does he even have the knights with him? Yeah, like in the other knight stories, they're always talking about how Siegfried's just off like soloing an army by himself while the other knights are like struggling somewhere. Yeah, he's a big aura farmer. The rebels are swallowed up one after another as the earth suddenly opens beneath them. Once Siegfried has thrown the enemy into disarray, Lancelot and Percival lead their units in the charge. He's at Earth. But like Lancelot laughs and turns to look at Percival, a mischievous smile on his face. He's probably got like a number of element altars. As the Black Dragon Knights advance with Siegfried in the lead, they're awed by the overwhelming power of the captain and vice captains. True Black Dragon 2.
そんなこと言ってたらもったいないぞ。もったいないってどういう意味だよ。あんなにすごい人たちの戦いを間近で見られる機会なんだから、もっと前に行かないと損だろ。お前本気で言ってるのか。
The guys are just like, no.
俺たちがあんな天才たちみたいに戦えるわけないだろ。それもそうだな。
No, we don't want to do that. We want to go back home to our families.
俺はバカだけど後ろだけは向かないバカだ。今はあの人たちの背中を眺めてるだけだけど、いつか絶対に追いついて並んで一緒に戦うって決めてるんだ。
そうかよ。まあせいぜい頑張れよ。おい、どうしたんだよ。急に黙り込んで。い
や、なんか俺も頑張らなきゃって思ってきて。あ？嘘だろ？なんでだよ。今のは俺も頑張るってなる流れだっただろ。おいお前たち、ぼさっとしてると敵さんにやられるぜ。なあ、俺もベイン行きます。待ってくれベイン。俺も一緒に行く。いいぜいいぜ。
And so the battle continues to change and progress from moment to moment. Originally the plan had entailed Siegfried breaking through the front lines, with Lancelot and Percival leading their forces to encircle the rear. But amidst the confusion of battle, the two vice captains have been separated from their captain and surrounded by the enemy instead. Before they know it, Lancelot and Percival find themselves isolated from the other units.
まさか背後にこれほどの予備軍を隠していたとはな。
I've got some reserves hidden in the rear as well.
俺たちはまんまとおびき出されたようだ。こんな分かりやすい手、いつもなら気づきそうなもんだけどな。お前に合わせて熱くなった俺の責任だ。それを言うなら、お前を止められなかった俺も同罪だ。
Perhaps due to their newfound sense of responsibility as vice captains, they had misjudged their timing to retreat. Hello, Chiwi.
視界が悪いな。
At some point, the area had erupted in flames, causing the field of vision to be worsened by the smoke filling up the area. Battle rages around them, making it difficult for them to join with the other units.
Lancelot! お前はこの場から脱出しろ。おいおいパーシバル、お前はすぐにそうやっていい格好しようとする。何がいい格好だ。
何？
冗談だって怒るなよ。若者、冗談を言っている場合か。俺たちだけなら脱出することもできなくはないか。残された仲間たちは間違いなく全滅するだろう。そんなことはできないよな。当然だ。だから俺がこの場を支えている間に機動力のあるお前が脱出して援軍を率いて戻ってこいと言っている。少しでも多く生き残る可能性で言えばお前が正しいんだろうけど、何か他の方法を考えたいな。早くしろ、もう時間がないぞ。
Just then, they hear a desperate voice calling out nearby.
あの声はベインか。
Hi Alex! How are you? Today has been alright. Not quite as hot today. It was really hot early, but it kind of petered out a little bit, so it wasn't quite so bad. Got some steps in. Finished our grinding. Doing some side story. What's not to like? How's your day been? Sub-aura summons. You may not have any summons that have sub-auras yet, but I hope. The sub-auras, it'll say on the summon if your summon has a sub-aura. It's hotter at peak today, but overall cooler. Yeah, that makes sense. I would also like it to cool down more. That would be great. That's not a Percival are able to rescue Vayne and the other knights from the surrounding insurgents. Yeah, the humidity's not coming down, mate. The heat might, but the humidity won't. The humidity's going to be horrendous, probably for the next, like, 4 months. 3 months. No, sub-auras work all the time, Bellicolt, but generally a sub-aura will specify the element that it works for, like, in the text. Some, not always, though. Some have, like, global effects. So it's going to be a case of just looking. Did you get any summons from the gacha, Bellicolt? I don't know if you've actually pulled, like, from Sierra's shop or whatever. Yeah, it's not great, Alex. What have you been up to today? Just moseying around. Confirmation around the clock down there. Yeah, on Sunday, right? Yeah, you got it, Bellicolt. What time is it on Sunday? Is it 7 or 8? 7. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Percival stares at the object gripped in Vayne's hands.
暖気が敵に奪われそうになってるのを見つけて必死に守ってて。
ベインでかしたぞ。
何が？
Confused, Bane lifts the flag into the air without thinking.
若者、不用意に旗を掲げるな。準備もなしに掲げたら敵に潰されるぞ。
ああ、ごめんなさい。
切れ者なのかバカなのかいまいちわからんやつ。
Hell yeah, Alex.
よし、それじゃあ俺とパーシバルが今から敵を食い止めるぞ。ああ、その隙にお前たちは暖気を立てて拠点を作り、はい、新しく集まった仲間たちと陣を組んでこの包囲を突破するぞ。承知しました。それじゃあパーシバル、準備はいいか？
Let's hope so, brother. Let's hope so.
行くぞ、ランスロット。
While Lancelot and Percival hold off the nearby enemies, Vayne and the others continue to wave the flag desperately. As they do so, enemies and allies alike begin to make their way toward the flag. The might of the enemy is greater than that of their comrades, and they find themselves surrounded once again.
まずいぞパーシバル、ランスロット、これ以上は防ぎきれんぞ。
Still enjoying the GBF story? Some of it's good, some of it's not so good. This one's fine. The Rat Dragons are overwhelmed by enemy forces. Just as all hope seems lost, you spot a familiar figure. It's mostly just like kind of mid kind of anime story. It's alright. The King of Jan. I am. Yeah, the King of Janai. Janat. Sorry, it was Janat, wasn't it? The King of Janat. I do miss the King of Janat. I love that he was completely unnamed, despite being in the whole side, so it just had no name. Didn't deserve it. After blowing the other rebels out of the way, Siegfried hurries over to him. So obviously just balled across it. As the captain stands before his comrades, his battered and bruised figure tells the story of his heroic battles thus far.
やはり暖気が目印になったんですね。これはベインのお手柄です。
そうか。暖気は我が黒竜騎士団の魂だ。
いえ、俺はたまたま持ってただけです。仲間がいなかったら潰されてました。
無謀な賭けだとは分かっていましたが、団長が駆けつけてくれなければ危ないところでした。
俺が来たからにはもう大丈夫だ。
Oh. Shall we be buying bullets? You don't need to worry about bullets. There are two classes in the game that use bullets. I'm trying to remember what they are. It's soldier and fuck, I can't remember what the other one's called. But until you're using those classes, it doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about bullets. Yes, you can load the bullets into the gun, but you won't make use of them unless you are one of those classes. Gunslinger. Gunslinger and Soldier. I think Gunslinger's row 5, Soldier's X2. If I remember correctly. As Siegfried continues to thwart the enemy's attacks, he calmly turns to speak to Lancelot and the others.
お前たちに一番大切なことを伝え忘れて最後の最後まであがけ。最後に勝つのは諦めなかったやつだ。
最後の最後まであがけ。
It's a problem that you can take on if you want to. You could just like not really do those classes and you'll probably be fine. As far as I know, wait, hold on. Yeah, as far as I know, the only element that really goes crazy for Soldier is water because of a gold moon weapon that they get. But there are probably other uses as well.
最後に勝つのは
諦めなかったやつだ。
ああ、今からそれを証明してやる。行くぞお前たち、俺に続け。
Lancelot, Percival, and Vane join forces to make their advance, with Siegfried leading the charge. Together, they succeed in escaping from a very grim situation, along with a large number of their comrades. After that, the Black Dragons are able to regroup and suppress the rebel army, thanks greatly to Siegfried's achievements in battle. His tremendous strength on the battlefield leaves a deep lasting impression on the hearts of Lancelot, Percival, and Vane. What a beast. It is so nice to see about. We love you, Chili. Arthur and Mordred's eyes shine as they stand on the training grounds listening to Lancelot talk about old times.
ジークフリートさんってやっぱりすごいですね。普段は穏やかな感じなのに本気出すと最強なんですね。
あん時はジークフリートさんがいなかったらやばかったな。どうだ？これでジークフリートさんの凄さが。
Siegfried has an impressive girth, there is no doubt of it. Lancelot appears satisfied, having successfully conveyed the extent of Siegfried's splendor.
でも聞いてて改めて思ったけど、ジークフリートさんって昔から何でも一人で解決しちゃうよな。そうそう。もっと周りを頼ってくれてもいいのにな。でもそういうところ。
When you're so much stronger than everyone else, though, you just kind of get dragged down by them.
己の力を信じて一人で解決するってのが男の中の男ってお前たち。
He's a literal one-man army.
憧れるのはいいが、何か問題が起きても自分たちだけで解決しようとするなよ。そうそう。お前たちには100年早いぞ。
はい、100年早いです。俺たちが未熟なのは分かってますから。
Meanwhile, Siegfried's training session with the other knights seems to be winding down. Upon seeing this, Arthur and Mordred sprint over to Siegfried.
ジークフリートさん、次は俺と稽古してください。おい、アーサー、抜け駆けはずりーぞ。
ならば2人同時に相手をしてやろうか。
いいんですか？
俺は構わないぞ。
舐めてかかると痛い目見ますよ。
あ、真剣に手合わせ願おう。よ
ーし、モルドレッド、準備のアーサー、いつでも行けるぜ。それじゃあ、よろしくお願いします。
Oh shit, we actually gotta fight Siegfried. These kids are cooked!
さあ、全力でかかってこい。
ガキ扱いすんじゃねえよ。アーサー、任せろ。これでも食らえ。ロケッツやロケッツやるぞ。おう。そらつやいけるよな。誰に聞いてんだよ。
This doesn't look like a wooden sword, Siegfried. They're using their little blunted training swords. He's using some fucking demon slaying weapon. Tigger is just too powerful, yeah. Weird that. Arthur and Mordred had been completely unable to compete with Siegfried. What a surprise! 2 kids couldn't deal with who is basically a fucking superhero. The pair lie sprawled on the ground, looking deeply chagrined. This guy literally solos armies. He just rolls it up to armies and like resolves disputes by smashing entire forces until they surrender to him. Just him.
どの辺が成長したんですか？
そうだな。以前より攻撃に幅が出てきたな。
ちゃ、 まるで本気を出してなかったですけどね。
本気を出してしまえば、お前たちがいや、なんでもない。
どうなっちゃうんですか？
おい、あーさ、
Big Mel.
それ以上突っ込むなって。
Just then, a member of the White Dragons comes running up to them.
ランスロット団長、
どうした？
現在ブルグント地方で異変が起きているそうです。至急陛下のもとにお戻りください。
わかった。すぐに陛下のもとに参。
今しがた入った。
That means they're 1/10 as strong as Siegfried, right?
ブルグント地方で魔物の群れが跋扈しているそうだ。
Yeah, Lancelot's the captain. Cause Siegfried, I don't know exactly what happened, but there were the black dragon knights, and then I think they were accused. Oh no, I remember. So they got framed. The black dragon knights got framed for killing the king or assaulting or trying to kill the king. They got set up by Isabella, who was the villain of the first story, the first 2 stories, the night chapters. And they lived in disgrace because Lancelot's too fucking stupid to figure out that Isabella, the most obvious villain in all of existence, was a villain. This is why I hate Lancelot, because the whole of the first story of the Knights, Lancelot's just like, I don't understand what could be going on, and literally everyone is telling him, I think Isabella might be evil. I think Isabella might be evil, Lancelot. And he's like, if only I knew what was going on. It takes him until the very end of the story to be like, holy shit, guys, Isabella's evil.
なぜ魔物が？
さあな、これ以上は我にも分かりかねる。
He's an actual negative brain. While visiting Wales, Percival and the captain's crew receive word of the events taking place in Burgundy.
そのブルグント地方ってのは。
ブルグント地方は複数の国の国境に位置する情勢が不安定な地域だ。
俺がフェードラッヘにいた頃にも大きな反乱が起きたことがある。
そうなんですか。王都の皆さんが心配ですね。
ああ、そうだな。
Upon seeing Percival's troubled expression, Aglavale offers up a suggestion.
パーシバルよ、ブルグント地方へ偵察に行ってまいる。
Just realised how little Aglavale looks like Percival.
兄上。
They look so different.
ブルグント地方は交易路の要衝。我がウェールズに行き来する商人たちにも影響が出よ
う。ですが、兄上からの依頼は？
それはこちらで対処する。今はブルグント地方の問題の方が国益への影響が大きいと判断した。
承知いたしました。
たく回りくどいっていうか、兄弟揃って素直じゃねえな。でもやっぱり兄弟だなって感じがしますね。
家臣どもはこのままウェールズで休んでいてもよい。どうする？
フェードラッヘが心配だし、オイラたちも行くか。はい、そうしましょう。
Count us in for the ride.
つくづくお人よしな奴らね。
Thanks.
では準備ができ次第、家臣どももブルグント地方へ向かうぞ。
I'm departing right now mentally. And so Percival sets out for Burgundy, joined by the captain and the crew. Once the crew has departed, Aglavale calls one of the guards over and whispers something into his ear. Surely he's not being evil again. Didn't we already do this? As he watches the guards scamper off, Aglavale loses himself in deep thought. Right, folks, I gotta go. I'm walking with Edie tonight, so I'm calling it a little bit early. It was a pleasure. I thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow. We have Wizardry, whatever's going on in Wizardry tomorrow. A Limbus mirror dungeon, because I don't think I'll be able to do the railway. I think it's 2 or 3 teams. But we can look at it longingly. And whatever's going on in Granblue. Probably some story. Side story. I don't think we can do the new story, right? That's coming up, because it's like main story. Except for reason to leave early. Thank you, Alex. It's very kind of you. You just got here. I've seen your name in chat several times, Hayabusa. So I know that you haven't just got here. Don't you try to pull that on me. Sunny Jim. Good night, Senna. Good night, Alex. Good night, Hayabusa. Good night, Bellico. Good night, everyone else who's out there lurking. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out, even though I'm doing things that you don't care about. Enjoy your work. I will. Thank you. It will be so nice to go outside. You actually have no idea. Thank you, Morganite. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it would be so nice to just go outside and walk around like in the cool. I mean, it's not really cool, but it will be relatively cool compared to my boiler unit of a room. Thanks, guys. Love you very much. I gotta dash off. Take care.